Alright, party people. And we are back. And what were we doing? Right, okay, yes, I remember this place. Open. Okay, so we're in Ash Canyon. We did a whole bunch of upper deck, upper plateau, terrifying bridge crossing. We hunted a moose over at Miner's Folly. And now we're starting to go over through the lowlands. So we've got this ice fishing hole. There's a bunch of food and a little bit of water and some firewood there. We can always head back if we need to, but this evening we went up through this little path under this bridge and we found the, what is this, the Angler's Den. The Angler's Den who makes all of the angles. And I also believe we found this memento cache, which was really just a whole bunch of fish that we didn't need. So I think the order of the day, or the night as the case may be, is to start mapping out these lowlands and see exactly how good they are for traversing through different locations in the map. Because, for example, if we could avoid all of the up and down ropes, mountaineering ropes, to travel between, say, our base in the south and the mine in the north, that would be very convenient stamina-wise, time-wise, and it avoids the risk of getting geometry glitched and falling out down one of those rope bridges that look absolutely terrifying, which is now invisible because the aurora is no longer behind it. But it used to be there. It used to be there. One day, in the far-flung past, it was there. Now you see, actually, let's not get a bit ahead of ourselves. This cabin is actually maybe a fantastic place for a base as well, because it has a bed, workbench, and really, what else do you need? The only other thing that I could desire is a better stove than the Potbelly stove. I don't like the Potbelly stove because it only has one cooking slot. Very, very unfortunate. So there are two main base. Yeah, see, there's the bridge. One of them. There are two main contenders for a chill base. There's down here, Homesteader's Respite. That has a house. We've already got a bunch of stuff there. It's also got the ice fishing hole with some outside storage right next to it. And that is super convenient with regards to, one, the ice fishing, that's a big deal. Two, the exit to Timberwolf Mountain, or one of the two at least. The problem, though, is to get between the Homesteader's Respite, which is the inside, we have to climb. And that kills stamina, and it really busts up the possible stuff we can bring up and down because of the carry weight limit. On the other hand, Angler's Den here. It's more convenient to get to in that you don't need to go up or down a climbing rope, but it doesn't have an ice fishing hole, even though, you know, this is the Fishing Master, and it's a little bit farther away from really anything. In fact, I don't even know if there are any ways to get up to this upper area other than the rope from Homesteader's Respite and then the rope to the Fire Overlook. So it's a question, an open question, yet to be answered. Okay, so it is early morning. It's probably like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. We have an aurora. And running out and possibly getting ganked by some bath salts animals is possibly not the best idea. But I think I want to take a peek up this valley right quick, just to see if there's anything like, well, really anything, or if it's a dead end. I suspect it might be a dead end, based on how it goes up here. And I don't remember, yeah, because this is my current thought process. Miner's Folly has a cave that goes in here, and eventually you go through and you go across the bridge. I don't remember ever seeing anything north of Miner's Folly. And our charcoals didn't reveal anything that makes me suspect that there's something there. So I believe one of two things. One, this canyon that I want to go down is a dead end. Or two, it loops around somehow and leads to whatever is over here. But this might just be a map glitch. I'm not sure. Let's take a peek. Just a tiny little probe. We have, how much food and water do we have? We have plenty of food, a decent chunk of water. I think we should be able to poke out pretty comfortably and come back if we need to. Yeah, and weight-wise we're fine. Because last time, after some death-defying and harrowing bridge crossings, we did get to the cave. We did find treasure inside the cave. We found a proper hiking, mountaineering, backpacking backpack. And so now we have even more carry weight. In addition to our moose hide satchel, we have this. It's hilarious. You get this, you know, properly lightweight, probably it even has an internal skeleton hiking backpack, and it gives you the exact same carry weight boost as a ramshackle, just thrown together moose hide pack, which is little more than a glorified purse. Very silly. But I'm not going to complain because carry weight is carry weight. What I will complain is if there's something crazy up here and it doesn't awoo to let me know it's there. Okay. Look at how fast we're walking. It's a treat to walk this fast, in my opinion. Okay. One of the reasons why I'm so pleased that there was a workbench there is because we actually have a good deal of arrowheads available to us, even more if we break down these broken arrows. And we have a ton of birch saplings that have been curing. Okay, and probably up this way. I think every once in a while, because we can, let's just get some good long-range eyes so nothing sneaks up on us. Yeah, this looks fine. And pop a charcoal. Here. Because for whatever reason, the Aurora makes it light enough. Now, I wasn't expecting to get new vision, but sometimes it will reveal things of interest on the ground that you don't get from farther away, or in this case, way up high. Now, this looks like a dead end. As long as there's no cave, there is a cave. So if there's a cave over here, is there a cave underneath the waterfall? I don't think so, because this does not look walkable. Okay. Let's check in here, hope there's no bear. Narrow Falls Cave. In fact, let's put that on the map. Just pop a char. Yeah, see those cedar limbs that I was actually kind of hoping to get earlier. Okay, this looks like it is not pass through. It looks like a dead end. Literally. Rifle, energy drink. I'll take both of those things. Energy bar. Take that too. Firewood, well, I guess there's really no reason to leave it behind. Especially, so if this is a dead end, with the size of that waterfall, there really is zero reason to ever come back here. Unless there's something hidden in a corner that I haven't seen. But I don't think there is. It's quite dark. Okay, so let's get out of here, and this was actually very pleasantly a small detour. It's getting close to dawn as well. And we can remember that there is a bunch of... Might as well start getting some firewood to stack it up over at the cabin. But it's getting close enough to dawn. I think the aurora should be ending hopefully soon. And certainly nothing could have smelled us from far away with just the 1 scent mark. Surely. Oh, that's a big moon. Too bad we can't see it from down here. Down in all the bottom of this canyon. Okay. We'll get all these sticks. It really is getting kind of dark. Okay, even more firewood. That's good. One of my many complaints about the ice fishing hole area is it was really hard to find firewood. Given that there are so many downed trees over there, you wouldn't expect it. But somehow or another, there's basically nothing. Now there we are. Okay, so it looks like it's probably, what is that? A waxing gibbous? I don't know which direction the moon actually rotates, so I don't actually know what, actually, hold on, let's think, what time is it? It is almost dawn. If this... Well, I get the feeling that the developers probably didn't take the detail to actually align the sun's position and the moon's position with the phase of the moon. Because if the moon is there and it has that much visible, the sun should be somewhere off in this direction. I guess we can see what direction it rises from. Maybe that's not too far off to the east. How MFs be moving at parties, not knowing the kid who threw the party has his parents dismembered in the master bedroom upstairs. Well, Cockroach, how would you know about that? I feel like this is something you're describing from experience. Is that how you turned into a Gengar? Or you turned your parents into a Gengar? A ghost type? Okay, now, there it is. Yes, confessions. Okay, here's the house. So at the end of last time, basically all I did was go back from this higher areas and then went to this little cabin place. And now I think we're going to take a quick nap after dropping a bunch of this firewood. A lot of this firewood. Who ever has so many sticks? Drop. Okay. We pop inside, take a quick 3-hour nap. In this glorious, unbesheeted, unpillowed, I guess it has a pillow. Maybe not the most hygienic bed. Suppose you would feel just at home. Alright, so we wake up, Aurora should be over. And I think the order currently, the current goal is to explore these lower canyon areas. The main idea that I want to do is I want to see, is it possible to either get over here, I believe this climb spot leads down to the lower canyon area where I am, or to see if there is any alternate way to get up to this mine other than going through that entire long path. So there's really 2 things currently, 3 possibly. There may be a way that I haven't explored over here to get to this lower area, and then there's also the upper northern here, which I think is the first order. The current order of business. Didn't bring a lot of food along, but we should be fine. Because certainly there's going to be something huntable here, right? down here in these lowlands. Surely. Okay, so that over there, which looks like this, is threatening to be impassable. But over to the left here, it looks like there's some kind of a pass. You were doom scrolling TikTok until you found an account that uses AI to generate videos of a Roblox YouTuber telling this white creature to do its chores, then ripping it in half. I heard a woo over there. Genuinely just family-friendly gore. I feel like that kind of rabbits, that kind of I don't know, cartoony violence is going to be like the new Looney Tunes. You know, the new Wile E. Coyote being smashed by a 12-ton anvil. So yes, family-friendly indeed. Okay, that's either a rock or a suspicious-looking box. What could possibly be the reason for a box to be over here? And surely, if the box is over here, it can't be empty, right? What do you think the odds are that there's something nice inside here? I'm going to go with 20%. 20% odds that there's something nice in here. Nothing. I feel robbed. Although I suppose the reclaimed wood is fine. Okay, let's just real quick drop that wood back at the house. Okay. This would be a cute little spot if you didn't have to, I guess, have a canoe or a kayak to get here. Yeah, here's all the fish that we picked up. And it wasn't even that many calories for fish. Kind of a waste. Okay, here. Drop all. Alright, so I'm actually of two minds now. Parents are arguing, not knowing their children are house decor. Yeah, it's a vibe. It's certainly a vibe. I think there's more exits to this place than I thought. There looks to be one over there, like some kind of a pass. And there's one to the left here. Let's head left first. I suspect that this left one will end up over here at those two climbing spots. So let's find out. Let's find out with a quickness. Okay, and of course it just had to start being blustery. And more firewood. Oh, I did not see you, buddy. Hello. And we're leaving. And we're leaving. Oh my. Okay, well, that is off limits for now. Every time it's a bear. Every single time, man. Jeez. There's the cortisol spike. Okay, so now let's try this direction. Certainly there can't be two bears right here, right? Man, I was looking right at it, and I just thought it was a tree stump until it started making noise. Alright, where are we? Probably right around here. I hope the bear isn't chasing us, because I kind of want to do charcoal here. I guess let's see. Okay, this is absolutely not the direction I thought we were going. Okay, this is the bear path. Okay, this is actually better. This is better than before. Because I wanted to go this direction, not the other one. Alright, all these branches on the ground, and you can't break apart any of them. Every last one. Not every last one, but most of them. Okay, now that This looks kind of impassable, but I think it's borderline enough to try to climb up there. If we go over here, and then we get on this rock... Okay, no, that's definitely impassable. Yeah, if we could only get on that rock, I'm guarantee you we could get up there. One, I don't think we can get on that rock. And two, it's very ominous that there's a tree trunk spanning this chasm. I get the feeling we're going to end up there sometime. One of these days. Okay. Good sightline. Are there any wolves, deer, moose, or bears? I don't see any. Okay. I feel pretty confident in saying that this clearing is here. And let's just take a quick peek. There was a separate path we could have taken to get here. I think it goes down this way. So let's just take a quick peek and make sure we didn't miss anything. Anything like a bear. Okay, no. No, there's nothing interesting over there. He says, not knowing that he missed a climbing spot that goes up there and goes to some magnificent treasure trove. Alright, now that looks very walkable. And if I was to guess, probably in the down and left direction here, I suspect that the cave from Timberwolf Mountain to this location, this region, I bet the cave is in that direction somewhere. That kind of... the direction makes sense, the distance makes sense. But don't quote me on that, because I don't actually know. Okay, so there should be 2 climbing zones at the end of this valley. Hopefully one goes to the mine, and hopefully one goes to a memento cache. Does that look like it should have a cave in it? I feel like this should have a cave. Let's check. Still not getting chased by a bear, which is my favorite thing to be still not getting chased by. Okay, this is a cave. Let's pop it on the map. Okay, alright, it's just a normal cave, which means it has an edge, an end. Stone Shelf Cave. I don't know why it would be called Stone Shelf Cave, because there wasn't much of a stone shelf. And there's also not really anything in here other than firewood, which we do not require. At least at this juncture. Okay. Wind is gone. We're warming up. But at the same time, the fog is also increasing. I would prefer wind and cold over warm and fog. Because the fog might mean we can't survey. And that's my least favorite thing to not be able to do. Okay, so if we were here, we're going here, there should be a climbing rope somewhere on this wall. The question is, has the rope already been deployed or has it not? Okay, that... Oh! Hey, bud. And I just saw the climbing rope. Oh, and I just aggroed you, didn't I? Alright, come on. I was gonna say right in the schnoz, but I guess I got you in the shoulder, huh? Now, do we harvest here? think we do. We'll get the meat, and we don't really need anything else. That should only take about 20 minutes to get. All right.
Stuff to carry.
So, unfortunately, that rope doesn't look deployed to me. Well, unless, actually, it does look deployed. Perfect. So the rope goes up there, and that, yes, that all looks walkable, doesn't it? That entire ledge. Okay, so if this ledge is walkable, and over there, that looks pretty dang familiar. I think that that upper lip is the dead end that I walked to that night that we were looking for the mine, which means the mine's exit, secret exit, should be above it in the fog. And is this, can we get down here and not be trapped? Because if we can, that looks like a backpack. And I kind of want to see what's there. So how about we drop this meat? We'll eat what we can, we'll drink what we can. Just to get the weight down. And let's see if we can scale down there. Yeah, this looks walkable. This is fine. This is fine. I would not want to be the person who dropped their backpack here. Alright.
Never would have thought to look here.
A water bottle and a moldy chocolate bar. I suppose it was worth it. I don't think it was worth it. So let's go and see what that memento is. We have the god tier crampons now. So perhaps we might not even die from fatigue trying to get up here. Although our fatigue is kind of mid. Currently. Okay, how much do we have to drop and or eat to not have to put anything on the ground here? Only 1 kilogram. I guess we can eat most of this. Drink a little bit and maybe drop a stick or two. A stick or 3. But I suppose it's fine with this many sticks. Perfect. Alright. That's not too high. Let's go! Yeah, I mean, even with the crampons, this is still kind of brutal for the fatigue reduction. That rope got a little bit twisty up here, didn't it? Alright, show me the memento cache. Show me the goods. Where are the goods? Oh no, it's only a memento hint. Well, that somewhat complicates things. Alright, at any rate, suppose we can pop a char, see if there's anything interesting. And that was useless. Which means... Hello, CT, capture the Foxy. Capture the flag Oxy. Who knows, maybe you're a huge Billy Mays fan. With the OxyClean Clean Fresh Blast. But welcome. We're playing The Long Dark. Not too proficiently, but we are playing it. Okay, that looks like a much more ominous rope to climb up. Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Hold on. What in the heck could this memento hint go to? I thought there would have been like something like a cave. Wait, I said many things that I don't remember. You're not what? Is perhaps a question I should ask. Okay, where could this possibly go? Surely it wasn't a memento hint just to this fire log. That would be kind of depressing. I'm not a fan of Billy Mays. So if someone said, but wait, there's more, you would be properly traumatized. I think I might be too. Because there's always more, waiting for the shoe to drop. The other shoe, at least. Okay, so if you're not familiar with The Long Dark, it's basically like, this is a survival mode kind of thing. So it's don't die for as long as possible. And you can find hints to stashes of stuff to find. For example, this memento hint. We are somewhere between this memento hint mark and this climbing rope here. I'm just wondering, what in the heck does this memento hint towards? If there's nothing like a secret cave that I didn't see, or like some kind of a, I don't know, hidden box filled with goodies, I could only imagine that this points up the other climbing rope. Because there's nothing here. Perhaps it really does just point to the other climbing rope, and this is just a better way to get to the mine. But it's not really even a better way to get to the mine, because we still need to go down, or up and down, 2 more ropes. Which is not great, because every time you go up or down a rope, it absolutely destroys your fatigue. What in the heck? Let's see. Can we, perhaps, obtain a hint? Was it this one? I'll be away, raid my catch. No, that's the other house. If you want to climb, you got to start at the bottom. No better place than the road to Wolf's Jaw. I think this scrawled message is the one that refers to this location. So, where the heck is Wolf's Jaw? It's got to be somewhere close to here, right? Maybe Wolf's Jaw is like this. That sort of like cliff down there. I don't know. Okay. So the time to decide is upon us. If we can continue going up here, it really only leads to the mine. I don't think we need to go to the mine right now. Let's head back down. And over in that direction, the valley, there was another location that we didn't look at. A new place to go. And that might be a little bit better use of our time. I say, although we are going to have to take a little bit of a nap here. Because we are over-encumbered. Substantially over-encumbered. So let's hop a quick squat. Quick 12 hours or 6 hour sleep. Okay. And this is unfortunately a lot darker than I was hoping.
Too heavy.
What to do? Well, I guess we're out here. We can't really stop now. I'm gonna have to drop more sticks, aren't I? And that was just unnecessary. Okay, we are 2 kilos over. That's a lot of sticks. Drop all the sticks? It's kind of painful, isn't it? Yeah. I guess we just had to do it. Let's head down. As always, on the plus side, going down is a lot easier than going up. In my experience bouldering anyway, that's actually not true. Going down is kind of more effort than going up. Okay, there was the one wolf. Surely there's not another. Especially with all this darkness. In fact, with all this darkness, this is a prime candidate for noir mode. Oh yeah. It's even spookier. Okay, another plus is being on the floor of the valley means there are no instant death falls to worry about. Yeah, man. Once it gets close enough to midnight, I think we might just try to find a spot and sleep through. Because this is rough even for me, visually. I can barely see silhouettes and shadows in the distance. In the distance due to the fog. But despite the difficulty in seeing the small details up close, we are moving pretty fast. And this hill to the right, I believe, is where we want it to go. It occurs to me that if this hill, which I believe goes here, if this hill ends up looping around to the break in the valley here that we went to earlier, the bear might be in this direction. And that would not be great, especially in this low visibility. So let's keep our ears as open as possible. The long dark, very literally. Although it did just turn to night. But yes, I can barely see like the horizon and the trees in the distance, which is kind of concerning to me because I'm almost certain we're running into bear territory here. But welcome back, Gecko. On the plus side, if we can find a little bit of a spot, then we are pretty close to being able to sleep through till dawn. Let's see. So I'm looking for two things up here. I'm looking for some kind of interior location to maybe sleep that isn't a bear cave. And I'm also looking for a cave system that goes to Timberwolf Mountain. So still somewhere high up-ish, or did we make it down? So we made it down, and actually made it to the Angler's Den before ending last time. And just starting now, I checked, I confirmed that this valley is a dead end. And then I thought I was going up this way, but it turns out we went over to the left here, and we found this climbing rope to this memento hint, which only led to a narrow cliff edge that leads to this climbing zone, which is, I guess, kind of a shortcut to the mine. But that's still a lot of ropes to go up and down to get to the mine. I also don't know exactly what this memento hint is hinting towards. Perhaps it really is just hinting towards that shortcut to the mine, because I didn't see anything on the shelf here worth picking up and calling a memento. And so now I'm heading down along this edge. I believe it's along this edge, so down in this area, because I want to find the cave that leads to Timberwolf Mountain. Because it would be good to know where that is. But we ran into a bear. Yeah, you remember looking for that memento and not really finding anything. Yeah, it's either really hidden, or maybe it really does just point to the mine. I don't remember. If you pick up everything in the memento, does the hint and or the cache mark disappear? Because, for example, the memento cache at Angler's Den, I thought that it was just that box of fish in the canoe. And I took all the fish, and the cache mark is still there. So I'm not really sure what to think of it now. Yeah, so then I guess the mark still stays there even if you find it. Which really is, and this is more sort of reading into things. We go here and we read, I think it was this one. The memento hint that I believe was at that climbing rope is this one. And it says, if you want to climb, you got to start at the bottom. Okay, that makes sense. No better place than the road to Wolf's Jaw. I still don't know exactly where Wolf's Jaw is. But I suspect that it was saying, if you want to climb ... to the mine, then it's talking about this. Because this is a much shorter path to get to the mine than the one we actually took. Okay, but let's see. What is the word on... You know, even if there was a cave over here, I don't think I'd be able to see it in the darkness. Okay, so let's actually just pop a quick squat and maybe boil some water. I think that might be a smart thing to do. Okay, here's a deer corpse. Do you have an arrow around you? No, you just died. You just straight up died. Okay. We harvest the deer. A whole 0.9 kilograms of meat, and also I think the hide. Because we don't have a lot of deer hides available to us, and I want to repair my pants and my boots.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
What is the worst ad you've seen? I actually don't know. Nothing really comes to mind. Oh, the non-fish memento is genuinely just a hint at how you can reach the mine. Well, I guess that makes sense. And now I feel like my brain has expanded 3 sizes. Because my guessing was correct. Okay, what is... If you can see, there's kind of a sheen. There's like some rocks up here. I want to walk up here and get on these rocks, if possible. Because I suspect that the bear can't get up here. So let's start a fire. And of course I can't tell if things are... That must be green. Yeah. Because we're in the noir mode. So whether things are red or green is... It's like colorblind mode. Alright, so let's start this up. Cozy little spot. And we can get our boil on. Actually, we'll do half a boil, and we'll do half a cook because we have all this raw wolf meat. Okay. And by the time all this stuff is done cooking and whatnot, we'll probably be tired enough to sleep until mid-morning. And again, because we spent the extra 2 kilograms to have the bearskin bedroll, we can just plop this on the ground here and sleep, I think, and be fine. When you and the gang, no clip into the back rooms, but it's genuinely wiki slop. Not add fuel, cook. So you watch your HB get packed up by the... Oh no. Before you get slimed out by Thomas the Death Engine. That reminds me of those crazy Thomas the Tank Engine mods for Skyrim. The ones that replace all the dragons with Thomas the Tank Engine. And all of the dragon roars with choo choo. It's an old meme, sir, but it checks out. I think we'll be able to cook all this. Might as well double cook just to make sure everything sneaks in. But man, cockroach, I shudder to imagine what sort of dark and terrible thoughts grace your mind. Absolutely terrifying. And we've always got the meat. Okay, I think we might be able to... 2 liters might be a little bit much. We'll do 1.5. That's pretty much guaranteed. And I think we still have 1.5 guaranteed for this. Okay. So that's great. We eat, we drink, we be merry. Get slammed out by Thomas the Death Engine. Absolutely mental. Okay, let's just cook all this. And you.
I need to drop something.
22 minutes, we could probably sneak another leader in. Well, let's just take a quick nap. 6 hours? Yeah, 6-hour nap. Quick 6-hour nap. Okay, and hopefully we'll actually be able to see... Yes. And charcoal. Will we actually be able to see... Well, one, let's go back to the hill and pop this char. Pop this gnarly char, bro. And see if we can see the cave that probably, in my opinion, should be here that leads to Timberwolf Mountain. Never get mad at a birch bark. Delicious birch bark tea. That, hold on, that over there looks like a proper wooden bridge. Is it the same wooden bridge that we... If we're here and we're looking... I don't think that is the wooden bridge that we crossed to go to the mine the other day. And if that's the case, what the heck could be over there? And okay, hold on. My neurons are activating. That broken branch over there.
Too much stuff to carry.
This broken tree trunk. I saw that earlier and it went over a little bit of a valley. And if that is a proper bridge, surely there must be some way to access it. Okay, the neurons are activating. This is... Hold on, hold the phone. Ah, okay, that makes sense. This was looking like one heck of a dead end, but there's a climbing zone. Okay. Well, remember when I said that because we were in the valley, it doesn't really matter if we run around in the dark because there's no instant death falls nearby? I should just not say anything and stop talking. Okay. We actually went farther than we thought. This hole is definitely where we saw a bear earlier. 100% where we saw a bear. So there's a bear somewhere down here. And that, I kind of feel like that keeps going. Yeah, that looks a lot like a valley that keeps going. And that also, oh my goodness. So here's my brain. That looks like another tree trunk that crosses from the current plateau we're on to the plateau to the left. I'm thinking the plateau to the left here is how we access the plateau over there, which has the bridge, which goes over to the tree trunk. Okay, here's the plan. One, we pop one more charcoal over here just because I'm going to be annoyed by that bit of hidden stuff over here. Two, we continue down the plateau in that direction and try to get up on that tree trunk to cross. And three, we try to find a way over to that wooden bridge. Ooh, hello. Do I see a cute little sapling? A cute little sapling that is about to be literally cut down in its prime? I think I do. I was just mentioning before, the Angler's Den is quite nice because it actually has a workbench in it, and finally we can somewhat conveniently start to repair or replace all of our broken arrows, of which we have multiple. Okay. Sap the first, sap the second. And we can probably pop a char and just take a quick check in this pass. Wait, another climbing zone? Hold on. Does this climbing zone go up? It must go up, right? Or does it go down? I feel like this would be kind of useless if it goes down. There aren't that many safe houses in Ash Canyon. Angler's Den is one of the nicer ones. Oh, it goes up. Boo! We'll have to put a pin on that. But yeah, Angler's Den is pretty nice. Mainly because you don't have to go up or down any annoying climbing ropes to get to it. Okay. Okay, let's think. Let's think. Well, for one, there's the bear. Okay, so the bear kind of goes in this entire area here. Now, are we hidden enough from the bear to shoot it? And perhaps more importantly, if we do shoot the bear, are we just going to get trolled by a whole bunch of timber wolves that come in behind it? I think... Oh, I remember. This is the place I said if only I could get up onto that rock here, then I could walk over here. I think... yeah, I think screw this guy. Okay, well that arrow broke. We'll have to remember to go back and get it. And if this guy climbs up where... Okay, good. So he can just run off and do his thing. Considering the amount of climbing ropes, would you say that this is one of your least favorite regions? Well, it's got its ups, it's got its pros, and of course it's got its ups, pun unintended that time. It's also certainly got its cons. Those being mainly the climbing ropes. Okay, can we just maybe keep track of this bear until it dies? If it dies close enough to the Angler's Den, it might actually be convenient to go and butcher it. Because my one annoyance about the Angler's Den is that we didn't really have food there. I still kind of hear the bear in the distance. I don't want to go down because I feel like it'll maul us. Okay, so we originally planned to go south here, probably cross, this might be a little bit of a tree branch that goes across, but somehow find a way to the upper areas here. But this climbing rope there might be a little bit of a shortcut to it. How heavy are we? Yeah, we're kind of heavy, aren't we? Mostly for all this water and food. I think we climb up this rope. Do you have a clear favorite region now that you've seen them all? Well, Coastal Highway is always going to have I have a soft spot for it because I think it's the first one I ever played on. And also, let's drop maybe 3 liters. And how hungry are we? Not that hungry. So Coastal Highway, it's the first one I've been on. It's got tons of extremely convenient fishing, and you can always find good stuff that gets blown up onto the ice after a blizzard. So I think Coastal Highway might be my current winner. But if I thought a little bit more about it, I think Desolation Point might be a close second. It's either Coastal Highway or Desolation Point. Desolation Point has a very cozy lighthouse. And it also has a kind of a convenient place to hunt bears. I need to think about it. Let's see. Alright, let's take it from the top left. Hushed River Valley, no way. I've too traumatized from when I spawned in this survival run. And when I went to actually survey it, it was really just a bunch of climbing zones and foresty fields and a little bit annoying to traverse. Mountain Town is okay. It's much bigger than I remember from the episode. But there's not too much interesting there outside of the town. Actually, Mountain Town had here a surprising amount of stuff down here. The Milton Basin, for example, I think had a fishing spot or two. But Mountain Town, I mean, it's interesting. It's got enough texture that it's, you know, you're never going to get bored traversing it. But I wouldn't call it a favorite. Forlorn Muskeg, no. It is too annoying and really the only good spot, and we maybe even need to go back there and fill it out a little bit. Because I never filled out the bottom left or the top right. Might have to put a pin in that. Mystery Lake is fine, but like half of Mystery Lake to the north and the west of the train tracks is basically useless, in my opinion. Ravine is, I mean, it's okay. I'm still going to hold a grudge against it because I fell off this, can't read it. Ravine Falls Trestle. I fell here and died. Coastal Highway, the goat. And it's also got, if you're feeling spicy, this super cozy abandoned lookout. Crumbling Highway, there's not too much to it. It's really just you walk between the Coastal Highway and the mine. Desolation Point's cute. It's kind of small now that I think about it, in terms of a region. But I do like the Lonely Lighthouse, and Hibernia Processing is also not bad for a base. Thinking back on it, I could have sworn that in earlier versions of the game, I could have sworn there was a forge somewhere in Desolation Point. But I didn't find it this time, so maybe they moved it. Alright, next, Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley is okay, but there's too much space. Oh, hold on, there's a forge on the ship? Okay, well this changes everything. Because what I was thinking is that, oh my god, it is so inconvenient to go all the way over to either Forlorn Muskeg or Broken Railroad to find the forge, to forge some arrows. But if there's a forge in Desolation Point, and I only went in the ship the one time. D is for Desolation. Yeah, I only went in the ship the one time, so I could definitely have missed the forge completely. Now, one thing I will say, it feels extremely dangerous to have a forge on an ocean ship. That feels like it is just unnecessarily dangerous. But I might have to head back there just to see. Because as you can tell, I spent a bunch of time in Desolation Point. And as long as it didn't get ruined, there should still be a bunch of food there. Yeah, so Pleasant Valley, there's, I guess, a bunch of stuff and some kind of interesting terrain, but there's just so much distance between all the things that you might want to go to. It's kind of annoying to travel. Broken Railroad is, in my opinion, only useful for the forge at the maintenance shed. It's kind of annoying to get to the maintenance shed. You know, this upper area, there's not really much to it. And there's this whole pond, and it doesn't even have the courtesy to have a fishing hole. So really the only reliable source of food you have is hunting wolves. And I think there's also a bear somewhere over here. Yeah, there's definitely a bear over here that may or may not have ambushed me once or twice. Well, actually, Bleak Inlet is okay. If I only had to stay in like one spot, in a region, like one small spot, I think it might be the Bleak Inlet was very cozy between the cannery worker residences and the Fallen Lighthouse. That was actually kind of cozy. Because it's got this very convenient ice fishing hole, and like there's no wolves or anything nearby. There's some like really close to the north, but you never have to go up there if you're just staying by the fishing hole. Timberwolf Mountain is... Crystal Lake is cozy. The only downside is that there's a wolf pack on the northern side. But if you're careful, you can get back between the fishing hole and the mountaineer's hut. And the Mountaineer's Hut, again, that does have a work table, whereas I don't think the Cannery Worker Residences has a work table. And I don't remember one in the Fallen Lighthouse. But that is 1 point to Crystal Lake. Keeper's Pass, kind of just a through zone. Winding River, this place is a trap. Winding River is completely 100% a trap. I can't imagine ever wanting to go back to this one-way lower dam shortcut. Keeper's Pass North, there's not really anything interesting there. And the Builder's Bridge, terrifying. No thank you. Blackrock is okay. I do very much enjoy the old substation. So Blackrock has its charm, but in my opinion, this western region is there's kind of no point to it, in my opinion. Nothing really interesting there other than some annoying technical travel. And Ash Canyon, so far, Miner's Folly and the Foreman's Retreat, that's like kind of a cozy spot, but it's just so annoying to get to. I've never seen this happen. A worn out tin of coffee? I'm still going to cook with it, even if it doesn't taste good. Okay, actually, the first thing we ought to do here is pop a charcoal. Okay. Hold on. This isn't the wood bridge, is it? It is the wood bridge. So hold on, let's think. If that's the wood bridge, then where is... Do we have to sneak through here? Where's that fallen over tree limb? It must be if we sneak through here, right? Surely the tree branch or the tree trunk is over here. Okay, there it is. Interesting. Is there anything else on this little bit here? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna be really mad, like really mad, if this is another vista that I just don't have the Polaroid for. Surely this is a vista. I mean, at this point, it's not really like we need it, but surely this is a vista. Okay, that looks like it's something on the ground there. It might be a body. But if I was to do a tier list for smaller regions, actually, hold on. Do I trust this tree branch? I suppose we can give it a test. Oh, this looks sketchy. This looks extremely sketchy. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're safe. I think we're safe. Yeah, pretty much every region has something. I'm definitely in agreement on that. Okay, show me what you got, Mr. Frozen Corpse, sir. Fire Striker. And a charcoal. I'll actually take that. That was worth the risk, assuming that we don't fall. Okay, but otherwise, I guess we could take the firewood. When the month-long taking stage has TADC, I don't know what that is, and Has-Been Hotel Humor, so you non-legally bindingly break into Twins' residence to torment his younger... What? I feel like there's some deep lore there that I'm just too much of an unk to understand. Also, Stare Striker, welcome back. Welcome back. I'm busy trying to not fall off of tree trunks. And that's a full-time profession. Okay, let's hop up here. This is definitely the thinnest tree trunk I've ever traversed, and I don't like it, especially right here. Oof. Woof. Actually, hold on. Can we see the bear from up here? Because about 15 minutes ago, we did shoot a bear with an arrow. And surely it's bled out by now. Surely. The Amazing Digital Circus. I'm definitely too much of an unk to know what that is. Okay, does anyone see something that looks like a bear corpse? I don't see any lumps that look approximately bear-shaped or bear-sized. That doesn't mean... Well, hold on, unless... Does that look like a bear to anyone else? That looks a hell of a lot like a bear. Okay, that is actually kind of convenient. Because I think that... Who howls? Who awoos? Is it you? No, you're not an awoo. Where's the awoo? Who awoos? I don't see him. Oh, hold on. Two things. One thing. We want to bring the bear meat over to that island because I think that's where the angler's den is. And two, I just saw this little path, and that, surely there's something behind that waterfall. There must be something behind that waterfall. I even see a little bit of geometry over there. Surely. So we can check, and that waterfall ought to be here. We can check that later. Okay, first order of business. My belief is we're currently up here in a mid-level plateau area. Actually, we're currently at, like, probably right here exactly. I believe that this bridge goes across and eventually ends up to another mid-plateau area here that we can cross back. I remember seeing another tree trunk across the valley here. So, let's go and do that before we lose much more stamina. Yeah, about to type next to the tree. As if, yeah, I guess that's true, as if that would have helped. Next to the tree. Well, on the plus side, if you type next to the tree, there is no way you'd be wrong about it. Okay, does this go around? It looks like it might, but it also looks like it might not. Okay, that looks completely unuseful. So let's go and check out this bridge. Which I guess is actually still through this little sneak spot. Forgot we snuck through here. And actually, in commemoration, what is something that looks like a direction that... Actually, never mind, because I don't think we'll ever have to come back here. There was just the guy with the fire striker and the charcoal. Bobby needs to educate you on why you eat Rocky Mountain oysters. Well, I suppose if anyone was to know, he would. Actually, hold on.
Thank goodness.
Hold on, this is supposed to be the noir visual mode. Why does this show up in color? And also, why is there just random flares and stuff by this bridge? Oh my goodness. And this bridge isn't even broken in the middle. Well, I guess it's a little bit broken. But it's not broken to the point where... I don't know if you guys remember, but the bridge, the wood bridge on the way to the mine, I got stuck on the geometry and I almost died. So this is a nicer experience. Okay. And this is a much larger plateau than I was expecting. Okay, anything up here in the corner? Not really. That looks like a sapling. I hear a crow. Okay, who knows where they're going? I think we just kind of go in the middle here and pop a char. Yes, that's a climbing rope. That's unfortunate. The Amazing Digital Circus is an Australian adult animated web series about humans trapped in a surreal circus-themed virtual reality controlled by a chaotic AI. It certainly sounds like an interesting premise. It's like maybe if it was Sword Art Online, but not poorly written. PG on Netflix. It has been a long time since I looked into Netflix, but it does sound interesting. Okay, so. I think I'm getting something of a better idea of where we are and what is around here. Oh, you can find it on YouTube as well. Okay, pop this char, put this climbing zone on the map. Alright. So, we have the upper meadow. And I remember we saw the rope down to that middle area. We saw that rope before, which I guess just ends up here, broadly speaking. So we've got a middle plateau here. We've got the upper plateau here. We've got another lowland here. Interesting. When you're taking a nap and genuinely hear, oh my goodness. Your family trying to go out and eat some mag-infested Kasumarzu without your hungry butt. So you try to, oh my goodness. Why do I feel like this is some kind of Zoomer humor that I don't understand? I feel too old for this. Okay, and all this is actually already filled out. Okay, so is there anything over there? The only real question is, does the climbing... I think the climbing zone goes down to this middle area, which goes down to here. And we can just walk there later. But this actually looks like it's a dead end. Unless we go down the zone. Let's go back. Let's go back and continue filling out this western edge. Because my instinct really is that the cave system that goes back to Timberwolf Mountain, my instinct is that that's somewhere on the western edge. Because look at the world map. How could it not be either in the south or the west? It's got to be one of them. And all these look non-traversable. It's getting kind of late in the day, huh? Yeah, that looks a little bit too steep to walk up. I hear crows. Where are the crows? Surely they can't be on top of that guy that we found before. They sound much too close. We'll take a look from the bridge. There might be something underneath the bridge. If the crows are low, that's where they must go. Oh yeah, they're right there. Which means there's something dead below us. Of course, can't see it. Oh my, this won't quit, will it? Yeah, surely there's so much left on that. Ooh, let's not forget that side of the bridge is out. Surely there's so much plateau over there that must be walkable to the right. Surely it must be walkable. A tad bit foggy. I've seen foggier. Could be worse. Okay. So this, at least this bit's walkable so far. Okay, but can we get... I don't want to get trapped on the top of a cliff again. Let's see. Let's see if we can find a cheeky way over there. My instincts say that this snow here is definitely going to be way too steep to walk. Merriam-Webster notes it as something authentic or sincerely felt. I guess in regard to this game you playing or similar. Yeah, there's no way this is walkable. Yeah, that is way too steep. Okay, well that's a dead end, unfortunately. This is... Can I... Oh god, we gotta Go fast. Oop. We're probably going to break an ankle here. Oh, come on. Oh my goodness. All hail the high quality crampons. Wow. Genuinely. A real or genuine way. Genuinely going insane on a Sunday evening while preparing to relive the same week again. Only 40 more years to go. I feel like that's the premise for some kind of a psychological thriller turned horror film. Yeah, I mean, let's take a moment to first appreciate... Oops, let's not take that off. I did not realize, why am I so wet right now? That's a problem. Yeah, the high quality primo crampons. You can't just buy those in a store. It's like that comic of someone showing you their bed. You can't just buy the comfy impression in a bed. You have to earn it after years. Avatar live action is bad even if you didn't watch the OG show. Aren't they going to make another one of those?
I think I need to lay down.
I thought they were going to make another one of those. And wait, hold on. We're talking Avatar The Last Airbender, not Avatar the Blue Alien People, right? Down, that is a no-go. Alright, here's our climb down. Because I remember Avatar The Last Airbender being clowned on quite a lot when it came out. M. Night Shyamalan strikes again. Alright, so clearly we can't just pop down this rope. Clearly. And we're actually holding a bit too much stuff to even head down, even if we were at full capacity. In regards to being wet when it pants, you will get wet when it's... But you will get wet when it's a set depth? Set depth? Ooh, it's so scary when you wake up at 2 a.m. and you hear your cat throwing up. It's because you don't know if it's throwing up on the bed or the carpet or somewhere it will be easy to clean. That's why it's terrifying. Okay, I think... How much firewood do we have right now? We have quite a bit. I think what we do is we light a fire. We light a fire and we hope that we can use the magnifying lens. Aww. Okay, it's fine. We have enough matches. It's not the end of the world. It's just very depressing. So we light the fire. We toss a ton of wood on it.
Come on.
Like almost all the wood, except for maybe like 2 sticks. And then, still a little bit over encumbered. And then let's sleep for a while. We can get carry weight back. We can hopefully get our clothing a little bit drier. 4 hours. It's the sound though. I agree. Have you, you know what bobcats sound like? Or it's like, oh, that's an aurora. Okay. Well, we are light enough to climb down. Even if we pick this up. Okay, let's... I could drink some of the coffee, that's true. But I don't have any made. Oh. Oh, you're clever. You are quite clever. Because we can make it, can't we? We have the power to make coffee. And we'll cook. I want to cook the ruined coffee. So let's drop all the others for now. I am, of course, assuming that you can cook ruined coffee. Okay, we can. Perfect. Wait, that's fine. 9 minutes. You're an hour. All right, here's the strat. We get the coffee. We get that. We nap for 1 more hour. Just because we're cheeky boys like that. And maybe even an hour beyond that. Because I kind of want the charcoals. It's always a shame when you have to leave a charcoal behind. Leave no charcoal behind, Marine. Yeah, this is definitely a good idea. Because Aurora usually means the weather's going to be pretty good for a little bit. Oh no, no. Okay, it's low enough. Drink the coffee, eat some food, drink some water. All right, perfect. And if I remember, we did drop water at the bottom of this climbing rope. Okay. Very nice. And maybe even our fatigue reduction going down the rope is going to be low. Okay, good things have happened. 1, we've taken out the bear, which can no longer be a bath salts bear. 2, I don't remember hearing any awoos over on the western edge of the map. We're definitely not coming back, so let's take all the water. And the firewood. So we shouldn't have to worry about anything on the bath salt side here. Coffee is somewhat OP in this game. You wish it would work that same way IRL. I get the feeling that the only reason you're saying that is because you're too young to understand. Mackenzie has got to be at least in his mid-40s. And if you're in your mid-40s, I get the feeling that coffee in real life acts exactly like coffee in this game. When your twin is... Oh my goodness. Cockroach, you have got the most nightmare fuel unhinged posts. I don't remember if this is a dead end or if this goes around. I think this goes around. Okay, yes. Unless... No, yeah, this is the climbing zone. I don't trust that. And yet, it should be doable. Oof. That feels like it was on the list of bad ideas for such a short turn. Exactly, Gecko. I just feel bad when I don't drink coffee nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, one thing that is perhaps the sign of a caffeine addiction. But yes. Precisely. I used to be tired all the time, and now I'm only not tired when I don't drink coffee. Alright, that looks like a sufficiently interesting bit of terrain that maybe we take a closer look at it. Those 2 little shelves here. Certainly the top of that looks accessible somehow, right? Maybe if we go around to the left, there's a way up. Once again, I think I'm gonna have to give the crampons credit for not slipping off that rock and falling down that ravine. Okay, this is a dead end. This is definitely a dead end. There's our dead deer. Okay, interesting. How it feels like to talk with someone. It makes you feel like you're burning your brain cells whenever they open their mouths, so you gouge their eyes out to stop the pain. That sounds like some serious Lovecraft Call of Cthulhu level insanity. Okay, we've got everything we want from you. How do we get up on this ledge? Because courtesy killed the cat, and sacrificing it will bring the cat back. If that's what the voices tell you, then who am I to gainsay them? Okay, this looks like a way up and across. Okay, yes. Surely there's got to be something up here, right? Okay, this side's a dead end, which is good, because that means we have zigged, and now we zag. Did you hear about the cosplay incident where someone dyed their skin gray with Sharpie liquid for a Homestuck cosplay? No, I didn't hear about that specific example, but I do remember about people using maybe body unsafe paints to do that, and the paint rubbing off on everything. Okay, here we go. This looks promising. This looks very promising. But does it lead to just a useless ledge, or are we finally going to find our cave system? One day. And I also kind of feel like the aurora is over. Usually there's no clouds during it, but the music is still going. I don't know what to think about that. Okay. This is going much farther inside the cliffside than I thought it would. Yeah, this is definitely the top of that two-shelf thing that I thought about. Okay, so the hypothesis was correct, but it was correct in the wrong way. I also don't hear the aurora anymore. I see. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. Yeah, I think that is how the saying goes, isn't it? And it wouldn't be the first time. Okay, that looks like another deer. And I can't tell by the pixels, but it might even have a single little lonely arrow sticking out of it. Low visibility, unfortunate. Okay, so I'm trying to gauge whether this area feels familiar enough to be the exit of the cave system. I don't think I can tell yet. Alright, what are you? You're still a deer, and that wasn't an arrow, that was a piece of birch bark. And more birch bark. Okay, come on, show me what you got. Where the cave at? It's at the same place as my dangling participle. Yeah, bark, bark, bark. Unfortunately, cats don't bark. So while I can say bark, comma, bark, comma, bark, I need to leave a healthy gap in between each, lest I be accused of impersonation. Or I guess in that case it'd be indogination. Okay, actually, if we can find a cheeky little spot to nap, we have the perfect amount of fatigue missing to sleep until dawn. And let's be prepared because this is a blind hill. You just want the fine. Well, it takes a special kind of canine to require a fine. You might even call it fine canine. Alright, this... Certainly there's nothing up here. Probably, right? Certainly you can't follow this ledge around to whatever's over there. Let's just take a peek up here. In fact, I'm not even mad about burning some stamina doing sprinting. Now, this is certainly not passable. Okay. Dead end there. Have to head out and do some stuff? Well, thanks for showing up and popping by. Still be here for a while. But good luck. Hopefully your stuff is successfully completed as intended and as anticipated. But you can never tell. Never tell beforehand. You can always see something interesting happening. And when I say interesting, I mean in the same sense as the apocryphal proverb, "May you live in interesting times," which is secretly a curse. Okay, is this another dead thing over here? It looks like another dead thing. Yeah, this looks like either a fire or a dude. I can't tell yet. It's a fire. And it has a spray paint.
I can use this.
Burned out fire. No charcoal. How rude. Wait, no charcoal. No. I was thinking maybe that's a fire that I made before, because I did poke out of the cave system into Timberwolf before, but I wouldn't have left a spray paint behind right there. Hum diddly drum. How does this keep going? This was supposed to be just a short little jaunt into the cave system. Why does it continue like this? And this cliff here is looking extremely ominous. Like climbing zone ominous. Or maybe not even climbing zone, maybe just cliff ominous. Okay, there really is nothing here. But surely the cave must be here, right? Surely. It's actually getting even hard to see on my end. I'd take any kind of shelter right now. I would prefer the cave system, but I'll take literally any kind of shelter. Even a tiny nook. Yeah, there really is no cave, huh? This is possibly the most depressing thing I've ever experienced. Alexa, play Despacito. When you take your HG's phone, but she generally had her Kai Alistair Chatlock's phone, so she genuinely hunts you down and slaughters you. Again, that's some kind of Lovecraftian insanity horror situation you've got going on there. Man, is there really no cave system over here? That is looking like a tiny little nook. I wonder if I can climb up it. That can't be climbed up. But maybe around on the left. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's check the nook over here. How cute is this looking? Not cute enough. This is actually somewhat problematic. Because I don't want to head all the way back here just to do the charcoals, but I think I might have to. Unless I'm missing a cave entrance over there somewhere, I don't think there's any good shelter here. Okay, so can we find a spot? To be determined. Maybe even just right here. Let me sleep. Let me sleep. There we go. Give it to me. There. Okay, let's do... Yeah, let's sleep for a while. Before you forget you're sorry. I don't know what for. So maybe you've got nothing to be sorry for. Let's start with a shorter sleep. Just in case the weather doesn't get crazy on us. I would not enjoy waking up in a blizzard with hypothermia. Okay. Okay, and it's early morning. Let's sleep for a little bit more. I put you to sleep while streaming. Well, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, right? I know that there are some very relaxing stream voices that, you know, that some people definitely fall asleep to. And it's not the worst thing in the world if I'm one of
I have
them.
to leave something behind.
Why are cockroaches called cockroaches if bed bugs are called bed bugs and they go in bed? Well, why indeed? These are questions for our age. There's the deer that we ignored. It makes sense that there's a lot of birch bark here on account of all the birch trees, but this is still a lot of birch bark. Okay, and now we can start popping some chars. You have returned. What are you? A dragoon from StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 1 Brood War? I have returned. I don't know how much lore you guys know about the Protoss and StarCraft, but some of the stuff they do is pretty metal. It's like kind of reaching Warhammer 40k levels of ridiculous. I'm wondering, why is it called a cockroach if a bed bug goes in a bed? Perhaps. And here's, so I don't know exactly what the provenance of the majestic cockroach is, but perhaps the Spanish, who first colonized the southern United States / Caribbean, I'm thinking like, you know, they called Florida the place where they'd have the, you know, the Fountain of Youth. And I guess, you know, Ponce de Leon or whoever was looking over there. But in Spanish, I believe it's cucaracha. And so if it's cucaracha, perhaps cockroach is just kind of a translation of that, or like a loan word that's slowly shifted into a different pronunciation. You used to play StarCraft in like 2005. So Bobby, fastest map possible? Regular, you know, 2v2 or 4v4? Or did you play used custom settings? My favorite were the used custom settings maps. Oops, did not mean to drop that. And I will credit hold on, what's that? Oh, Shelf Cave, we've already been there. I will credit StarCraft with teaching me how to touch type. Yeah, use map settings, I think. So first off, and I will die on this hill, the entire genre of like Dota, Dota 2, and League of Legends, I will die on this hill. That did not come from Warcraft. That originally came from StarCraft. I don't know if you remember, but people would use the use map settings in the StarCraft maps, and they could get very inventive. So StarCraft, the units didn't have any special abilities, right? The best you could hope to do is maybe stim for Marine. I think that, let me think, is there any other? That's not true. So yeah, so StarCraft is older than Warcraft, or at least it's older than Warcraft 3. I don't know if it's older than Warcraft 1 and 2. Warcraft 3 is where everyone thinks the Dota MOBA formula came from, because Warcraft 3 was the first of those Blizzard games. So Warcraft, oh hello, what are you? I missed you in the night. Is it an MRE and spray paint? Interesting. Why would those be here? At any rate, you know, the star, and I use it like asterisk, like a wild card, craft games, so Warcraft, StarCraft really, that Blizzard developed. I don't remember if Warcraft 1 and 2 came before or after or sort of at the same time as StarCraft. But what I do remember, and I never played the Warcrafts, but what I do know is that Warcraft 3 is the first of those genres that gave their hero units like special abilities and the ability to equip, like you could find items and equip the items to make your heroes better. Before that, I think it was, I don't know about Warcraft 1 and 2, but StarCraft, certainly only a small number of units would actually have abilities. So like the Marines had stim that you could research. The medics, I think, had something that would let you it will let you do like a target buff that would sort of undo. Yeah, so the first two Warcrafts are older than StarCraft. Yeah, that's kind of what I remember. So it's Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, StarCraft, Warcraft 3. That makes sense to me. But if you remember in StarCraft, of very few units had abilities. So the Marines had stims. The science vessels had like Irradiate and Shield. The Queens on the Zerg had Infest. The Protoss, did the Protoss have anything? I guess the Carriers had the Create Interceptor ability. Arbiters had Recall. What else was there? There wasn't much. Banshee, like the Terran Banshees had Cloak, or Wraiths had Cloak. Banshees are a StarCraft 2 thing. But it was a very few number, and the special abilities were completely fixed. So even if you had a use map settings, a stim would always be a stim. A Wraith Cloak or a Ghost Cloak would always be a Ghost Cloak. But the use map settings creators got extremely creative with how they could extend that. For example, if you remember, there were some maps where you would have like a factory or a barracks that would be given to you way off on a corner in somewhere you know that would be completely inaccessible, and you would use that production building as sort of like a pseudo special ability triggerer. So you would create a unit, and usually they only took like a half a second to build, and once the map trigger recognized that that unit was near, like in the trigger area where your production building was, it would remove the unit from the map, and it would create some special effect at one of your, special units. So for example, there were a bunch of these sort of like Naruto-based arena fighters where each person would have like one of the characters from the manga, and at the edge of the map there would be these production facilities, and that's how you would, activate your jutsus. So you would build like a tank, and then that would, create something at your unit that would attack. Where was I going with this? Right. So people would use that to kind of hack in extra abilities, and those were eventually found their way into what, in my opinion, is the first sort of Dota-esque maps. Okay, what is this? What is this? You've ever played Warcraft 3? I've never actually played Warcraft 3. Would you play the Amor Sim type thing or the MMORPG version? You mean like a dating sim or an MMO? Oh, we slept in this little cubby here earlier. Now let's just double check. That is, hold on. The fact that there's a little bit visible here, I don't think we missed anything up in this plateau area. There must be a way around if we can get to here on the left. Oh, replace army in your last chat. I don't know. I was never as good at microing a lot of units in StarCraft, so I would probably do the MMO type version. I was much better at sort of like single or like small number of unit control. Oh no. It's another fever dream from Cockroach. But this is a very, very long way of saying that, if you remember, there was a type of use map setting map called Aeon of Strife, which I believe was an evolution of the Dynasty Warriors type map, or if you remember, there was like a Star Wars Aeon of Strife type map, where in the Dynasty Warriors ones and the Star Wars ones, usually it would be a very long map where there's one team on the left side, one team on the right side, one team in the middle, and you would slot and choose, which team you were on. You'd have one hero, and you would fight, through, and the more individual kills you got, the more resources to upgrade your armor and weapon you got as a hero, which in my opinion is probably where the MOBA last hit mechanic came from. Because you would get money or resources that you would spend to upgrade your stuff there. There's an old Star Wars MMO called Star Wars The Old Republic. My brother. Not only... Oh, this actually looks like kind of a shortcut down into this canyon. Let's put a pin in that. Not only was there an old Star Wars MMO called Knights of the Old Republic, there were two excellent... I think the first one was BioWare and the second one was Obsidian single-player games that I have had a rant about on stream before, called Knights of the Old Republic 1 and Knights of the Old Republic 2. And let me not go into that rant quite yet, but just put a pin on this. Basically, the Dynasty Warriors and Star Wars game modes were the first ones that would have, lanes that you would have creeps go through. You'd have the single hero, and you would be fighting and trying to win and defeat the other people's base. Whereas the Aeon of Strife game mode was one of the first ones where there were only 2 teams instead of 3 teams, and it was a square map. The bases were in the bottom left and top right, and there were 3 routes, one through the middle, one on the bottom, and one on the top. Removing your face at night so no one can unlock your phone. Yeah, that's one of the bad side of locking your phone with biometrics. If it's something like a key code, the police can't force you to divulge the key code because that would be, forced speech and forced incrimination. But they can force you to unlock your phone if you only have a fingerprint or a face scanner. So the more you know. Do we know about the best Lord of the Rings RTS? I don't think so. I think if you gave me some details, it would probably remind me more, but nothing immediately comes to mind other than a vague, maybe it was called Battle for Middle-earth or something. But I don't remember it, and I also don't remember it being very particularly well popular or well reviewed, which is maybe why I never picked it up. Okay, where the heck are we actually going here? South, south, south. Okay, surely we can't be going around to this middle area. There's too much ravine in between. So where does this go? Somehow, and I've just actually realized that I've left it on the Noir mode this whole time. But somehow the black and white is kind of... Is that a wolf? That's got to be a wolf, right? Yeah, I see you, bud. Okay. I'm of 2 minds here. 1, we were just getting low on food. But 2, there's that whole bear back near the angler's den that we need to take care of. Okay, this looks like a dead end. Sure, yeah, certainly that is impassable up there. Okay, so can we sneak around the wolf? We might be able to sneak around the wolf. Yeah. Let's get over to this rock on the right here. We'll pop a charcoal, and we'll see where the wolf ends up. Hopefully we're still far enough away. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yes. Favorite RTS. I think I would probably have to go with... Now, I did eventually play StarCraft 2. But I think just the sheer amount of StarCraft 1 Brood War that I played, it probably would have to go with that. In fact, I'm trying to think. Have I even really played any other RTSs past StarCraft 1? Well, I did beat StarCraft 2 the campaign one time, but I didn't really stick with it past that. No, hold on. I think no, let's throw this back a little bit more. I think for favorite RTS, I might have to go with Red Alert. Just because that kind of... Why do I hear a wolf? Are we being hunted? Do you guys hear those paw pads? Why do I feel like they're getting closer? Okay, this buddy might be a problem. Oh, he really is hunting us, huh? Well, I guess there's nothing to it, but we gotta... God. I can't do point blank. I just cannot do point blank. StarCraft Remastered, it came out in 2017. Huh. I feel like I don't remember hearing about that. Interesting. Quite interesting. Okay, where did Buddy go? He ran over there. Well, let's try to go around real quick. Making every 2010 creepypasta into movies. Yeah, I think someone mentioned that. They made a Slender Man one that kind of flopped a while ago. And now there's the Backrooms one. What will be next? I can't wait for them to make one about that, you know, that Navy SEAL. What did you say about me? I'll have you know I'm a Navy SEAL with over 400 confirmed kills. Okay, the worst thing that could happen right now is the wolf hunts us and we sprain a wrist. They're making a cartoon cat movie with WTF? What's wrong with a cartoon cat movie? Unless cartoon cat is yet another thing that I do not know in my UNC status. It could be. Alright, wolf over there, far enough away to not worry about. And surely this area is the last bit of this plateau. Okay, I think we can make it up here. Yeah, there we go. I mean, there have definitely been many cartoon cats. There's, you know, Felix the Cat, if you want to go way old school. There's probably a couple of cat movies from the 90s, like there's the Cat Dog cartoon from the 90s. Wasn't there... It's not Leisure Suit Larry. There was like an adult-focused animated film that I think also had a cat, but I don't remember the name of it. Or maybe that was Felix the Cat. I thought Felix the Cat was from the 40s. Okay. Could this... Could this be our cave system? If there's a bunch of... There is a bunch of stuff outside. This is our cave system. We finally found it. Finally. Let's put it on the map. Okay, pop this char real close. Yes, perfect. Okay, we can pick up all these things because I suspect we might actually not be back
Starting to weigh me
this
down.
direction. And the coal. Okay. Wait, hold on. I feel like there is... Oh, wait. Scroll. Okay, so description of armor. So I know of Armored Core. And I remember No, I'm mixing up Armored Core with Steel Battalion. I've heard of the recent Armored Core game, and I've heard that it's actually very well received and a generally good game. Players operate highly customized giant robotic machines called Armored Cores. Yeah, for mercenary stuff. Yeah, I think I may have seen some videos about it like a couple of years ago, I want to say. But in my mind, until you gave that description, I was definitely mixing it up with Steel Battalion, which I think was like a PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2 game that came with like a $100 controller peripheral. It was just ridiculous. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so Armored Core does sound familiar. And I do remember it being much older than just the one game that came out recently. And when I say recently, I mean within the past 3 or 4 years. Okay, so we have food and we have water. We are still kind of heavy. I'm wondering, the only thing I'm wondering right now is, does this lead around so that we can eventually head back to either the Bitter Marsh or the Angler's Den? I think at this rate we'll probably... two things. One, we'll probably be heading around to the Angler's Marsh at this rate and mix them up. The Bitter Marsh at this rate. And two, the fact that that tree trunk is spanning that ravine is very suggestive that if I go left, we'll be able to go across it, and I don't think I'll be able to resist. Yeah, they stopped making it after PS3 because Dark Souls was more successful. Yeah, I suppose it makes sense that if you find a formula that is hot, you'll definitely want to exploit as much as possible. I suppose, though, they finally made Elden Ring and were like, well, how can we realistically improve after this? And decided to try something different. Go back to different routes. And when I say different routes, I don't mean different routes of the Erd Tree. Elden Ring DLC. Think. But yeah, one way or another, From Software has been doing similar-ish. But they've been doing similar-ish things for quite a long time. It's really no wonder they've gotten so skilled at it. Xbox console hybrid is going to be $1,200 solely because it has Steam. I didn't realize that there was an Xbox console hybrid that was going to be happening. And I also didn't realize that this is apparently impassable. Well, maybe we'll put a pin in this. Made a brand new one for Xbox One S and PS5, but it's still small. You mean a new Armored Core? Why do I hear crows? Where are the crows? Okay, they're flying, not a problem. Alright, so that... How do we get up there? Why did you say console hybrid? You meant PC console hybrid. You mean the Steam box? I did hear about that. And the reason it's expensive is not because... it's not because it has Steam. It's because hardware is just ridiculously expensive right now. Okay, well... we might have to come back here later to see if we can figure out a way up there. But for now, let's try to limp back to the Bitter Marsh. And then we'll head up, find the bear, hopefully the bear hasn't disappeared, and also find our broken arrowhead that we shot at the bear. PC console hybrid, yeah, I did hear about that. Okay, and that looks like a box. Why is there a box here? Armored Core 6 development ended in 2023. Is that the one that... okay, yeah. So that is probably the one that came out recently that I remember. Show me what you got. Grape soda and a toque. Is there ever a point where someone's opinion is genuinely just wrong? I think the answer is yes, and I think maybe this way up here to the left is how we get up. No, that can't be it. That can't be it. All right, for now, let's just head back down to the marsh because we need to do multiple things. One, we need to consider whether that fallen tree is traversable. And two, we need to get some birch branches. But yeah, I would say that there are definitely times when someone's opinion is just wrong. But like the great Supreme Justice once said about pornography, it may be hard to find a definition. Hard. But you know when you see it. Okay. And that is just a deer we don't care about. Did I ever play Splitgate? I actually did play Splitgate with some friends a few times, but I never really got into it, and it was to the point where I think everyone else we played against were bots. I could definitely... Oh no. Oh no, hold on. Okay, hold on. There are multiple things happening at the same time right now. One, where in the actual Sam Hell does that bridge lead to or come from? Two, it looks very much like there's either some old man's beard like in there or there's another bridge that we can just see the railing of. Okay, this is somewhat problematic. I was hoping there would be a nice way down, but it looks like we're still quite high up. Still quite high up. So, let's finish exploring this shelf. If we have to turn around, we can turn around. I'm hoping there's no climbing zone here. But I'm almost certain there's going to be a climbing zone here. Who invented cat ears? It's a great mystery. Who knows? Because why is it normal for cats to live like 120 years? I feel like cats do not live for 120 years. Are you sure you're not mixing that up with tortoises? The Galapagos turtle. Map. We are... Interesting. Does this go around to the right? I thought of an OG super epic game. When you say OG, you mean pre-2015. Oh man, come on. The knife is already sticking in my chest. You didn't need to twist it. PS4 only. Free game. PlanetSide. I remember PlanetSide, Halo and Arma combined. PlanetSide was also on the PC. And if I remember correctly, its claim to fame was having like either 120 or 240 person servers on a gigantic map. But it was also more pay to win than I remember preferring. But yeah, I do remember there were vehicles, there were, you know, different classes, there were different loadouts, you could upgrade stuff for your guns. I do remember PlanetSide. And I think there were... I don't remember if there were 2 or 3 factions. It might have just been the 2 factions. I think it was just the 2 factions. I've probably played a combined maybe 10 hours of PlanetSide. I didn't stick with it for very long. Okay, this is another likely looking spot for a vista. And what is dead down there? Can't tell. The first one, they got shut down. There was no announcement. People were playing the test, were like making the sun explode. That's hilarious. So I think you're right. I believe it's PlanetSide 2 that I played. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the first one. I think it was the second one. And I think it was something around 2010. Okay, we have, it looks like, a bunch of cheeky looking bouldering spots. It gets us down low. So this is good to remember. That's a really fun thing for developers to do, though, if they're ending an you know, massively online game like that, to kind of make it a proper experience. Okay, we're still going to be really high up here, aren't we? I was hoping these would get us down to the bottom. But it looks like we're not even close. Who is offended by Disney bully insults? And what are the chances bullying like that existed? Well, I'd imagine maybe elementary school. PlanetSide and Armor Core make you think of one of your all-time favorites, Titanfall. Now, I've heard great things about Titanfall 2. I actually have it. I got it on a Steam sale for like $5 or $10 years ago. Like years and years ago, and I still haven't gotten around to playing it. Didn't Titanfall 3 come out recently? Well, maybe not recently, but maybe the better question is, didn't Titanfall 3 come out at all? I think it might have. Gonna go eat rotting fish now, bye. Is that some gefilte fish, or is it, don't Scandinavians do some kind of... Why is there a bridge here? I didn't see a bridge here. Didn't Scandinavians do some kind of, like, crazy, like... Oh, there's the bridge. Some kind of crazy, you bury a fish underground for, like, 3 months, and then it ferments, and you eat it up? Maybe gefilte fish is the same thing. Okay, I am extremely tempted to cross that bridge. Oh, Titanfall 3 got canceled? That is unfortunate. But yeah, Titanfall 2, from what I've seen, looks like a pretty fun movement shooter. And I believe that... I believe that the campaign is also very well praised. Alright, now one way or another, even if this cave doesn't... I was hoping to go... Okay, so we are here. I was hoping to be able to get around to the Bitter Marsh. But it looks like this doesn't go down. We might have to sleep in the cave. I think I've got an idea of how to get somewhere from here. If the cave doesn't go through, and it doesn't look like it goes through. And surely, well, one, let's use our last charcoal, put this cave on the map. Seems like kind of a waste. But it is what it is. How much firewood do we have? That's a good amount of firewood. It's dark, or it's getting dark. We can sleep in the cave, we can make a fire, get some water, and I can't see anything in here. Let's just kind of head to the back. But who knows, maybe I should do 1 or 2 streams going through the Titanfall campaign. Titanfall 2 when I mean. Because that could be fun. And this looks like a little bit lighter, but I think it is nothing. Okay. Fire. Hiccup. We just have an unreasonable number of fire strikers on us right now. A completely unreasonable number.
Come on.
Okay. We can maybe do the reclaimed and a couple of sticks. With all the fir firewood and the coal, we could definitely get a ton of water here. More than we even need to get. Alright, we'll do these 4 liters, and then I think we let the fire burn out.
I need to find a place to rest.
Not cook, unless... You know, it would never be a bad idea to have a cup of coffee or 2 in our back pocket. And it also lets us keep working on this coffee that's almost, well, The coffee that is already ruined.
Pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Okay, so we'll cook 2 coffees. 1 and 2. Oh, I didn't realize coffee also had... It does 125 calories and 30 drink. Tea also does 125 calories. I thought tea only did 100 calories. Oh, you know what? I know what's happening. There's a 25% calorie boost, I believe, from my cooking skill. So let's start this, and I kind of want to check that. Cooking. Yeah, 25% calories. I thought I did remember that it was normally 100 calories. So I was confused. Speed you up. And now the only question, do we want more charcoal? Do we want more charcoal? Have nothing to cook. We have enough water. Okay, we're still wet, so let's actually pop this extra piece of wood on. Because what that will do... I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Here. What that will do is it will let us actually dry off. Let's do the cedar. And we can definitely sleep until morning on this. We can get a damn green. Show me the green. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Right, come on now. There we go. Surely this is close enough to the fire. Yeah, it's definitely close enough. Alright. Let's not sleep for 12 hours and dehydrate for 6 of them. So let's drink before we go to bed. And that should just about do us. Alright, good. Very good. Let's get the char. Ooh, 4 charcoals. Not as many as I was hoping for, actually.
I can barely walk with this much.
Actually, thinking on it, I feel like Titanfall 2 could be a fun kind of in-between game. Okay, anything in here that I missed? No other than this firewood. Alright, so not our problem. Not my couch, not my problem. How do you guys feel about the black and white? I'm feeling safe-ish. So I've actually got half a mind to put the heritage mode on for now. Oh no, a bot has arrived. How do you even pronounce that? Interdependent Barnyard CQ. I guess? I don't know if it's a bot or a company that got... a boomer company that, a boomer company that did not follow proper anti-phishing techniques in their email. Okay, this is... it's not that long. This one isn't even too bad. Okay, so where are we? We are here. Here's what I think happens. We have the lowest of the low part of the Ash Valley Canyon, and that's where the water is here. Then there's one level higher. We walked through here. No, we walked through here, and I believe this western area is one level higher. No, it's 2 levels higher. In between the low and the high, I think, is this middle area. And then there's the very, very high mountain peaks here where all the mining stuff is. I think this bridge is going to lead us to the middle area, which, the high meadow, which is probably a dead end. Because if I'm reading this correctly, the only ways out are one, the climbing rope up here that goes to this upper area, then we need to climb down back to the west, or two, we climb up to the high meadow, which will eventually lead to our homestead. And I don't think we want either of those. At least for now. Oh gosh, I do not... It feels like this should be smooth, but every once in a while, the geometry is just a tiny bit bumpy. And so the camera will bump up and down a little bit, and I have played enough games, especially Team Fortress 2, where I can feel that in my bones. And second, why in the heck does every once in a while the cursor show up when we're on a bridge? Is there like something to activate here? I don't know. Well, at any rate, let's not tarry. And that is a climbing rope that goes up. We cannot climb that right now. And this is a cave. Is it a cave, or does it go through, or where does it go? Let's find out. Hopefully this will get both on the map, but I'm wondering if we'll get the cave. I think we might not get the cave. And of course, we didn't even... Come on now. We didn't get either? Well, that's just rude. And this doesn't even look like a proper cave. It's just a tiny nook. Oh no, it keeps going. Is it a nook? What is it? Now, I will take this revolver ammunition. I will not take these jeans. This is a weird cave. I've never seen one like this. Kind of reminds me of Super Mario 64. Where in the heck could this actually lead? Oh, I know where this is taking us. This is taking us across this steep ravine that we didn't go down the other time. I guess let's see where it goes. Worst case scenario, hopefully it will maybe lead us to the western upper area. Unless there's just a dead end for no reason. Which seems like kind of a waste. But hey, I didn't design it. Yeah, no way across, no way down. Yeah, let's leave that at that. Let's leave it there. Don't forget to hydrate. The more I'm seeing about it, the more that this middle area here seems like it's a real pain to get to. It looks like only climbing ropes are the way to access it. Alright, well that cave didn't have a name. I don't think you could even put it on the map. But, in fact, I don't even think there's a reason to put it on the map because there's nothing over there. I won't even waste the spray paint. Oh no, this is a waste. But we need the rope on the map. Okay. Now, how in the heck do we get back? Is this really just all cliff edge? It might be. Walk, That is very ominous. Alright, we gotta head back to the bear. I guess that really is all there is to be done. On account of multiple things. Low food, water's fine. But in this western area, I really am questioning two things. One, is this too dangerous to hop down? It looks too dangerous to hop down. I think that's the Bitter Marsh, though. But one, there's that little bit in the west I want to fill out just to make sure we didn't miss anything. And 2, I think we have enough food to get back to the bear. Especially with these, well, we definitely have enough food to get back to the bear. Probably going to have to eat the peaches. Might have to start on the MRE, which is not the best. MREs are for emergencies only. That's a wolf. Is it a timber wolf? Can't tell. Probably not. I haven't seen any I saw one lonely Timberwolf pack in Timberwolf Mountain. And that was at the very end. Oh, that bumped over something. What was that? I haven't seen any Timberwolf packs here. So I'm going to hope that those are regular wolves. And actually, you know what? Oh gosh, why am I stuck? What am I stuck on? Jeez, scaring the bejesus out of me. Well, I was going to say we could hop down here, but it looks like that doesn't go low enough to get down, actually. Unfortunate. Yeah, there's no way that you can go down from there. Although, are those timber wolves or are those black wolves? I don't think timber wolves awoo so readily. That must be a black wolf. Yeah, they definitely don't awoo so readily. Okay, let's think. Now that is the very thin ravine that goes around here and then is probably accessible from this climbing rope. And I don't know what these guys think they're doing. You have no way up here, buddy. Actually, if you can get up here, that would be good to know, because however you get up is how I would get down. But I think they're stuck. I believe they are completely stuck. Alright, so we hop back up the climb zones, and we backtrace it. Three climbing zones. Jimmy, how come his mom lets him have 3 climbing zones? Alright, hop. Yeah, with all this climbing he does, Mackenzie definitely doesn't skip leg day or arm day. Okay, everything up here should be safe. We are probably in here. Yeah, we go around. Let's see if we can find where this dark spot is. I feel like that's got to be up on a plateau. Yeah, here we go. There's probably a trunk going across, and this is up on a plateau we don't have access to. Unless we go up somewhere from the middle area. Very unfortunate. At least traversal-wise. Oh, you know what I really regret? I really regret not mentioning certain things during the Steam summer sale. Because I'm wondering if anyone has ever played the Metro 2033 games. Alright, well, enough crouching. It is time for standing, yes. For whatever reason, you can't hear crows in that cave, I guess. Yes. Okay, so we are probably about here. Which means that ahead and to the right. Yeah, that is probably... One, can we get on this, please? Okay. This is thick enough, we're pretty safe. Yeah, the more I'm seeing, the more confident I am in saying that truly, indeed, the bit that we missed nearby is probably on an upper plateau we don't have access to. Is there a wolf? Did we check here before? This probably just leads to that deep ravine, doesn't it? Okay, yeah, we did check here. Oh, you know what? I bet if you had huge cojones, you could jump that. Yeah, you could probably jump that if you were moving fast enough. Which would lead then to the cave, which I see. Okay, so that's the point of the cave. It's in case for whatever reason you don't want to do this tiny little walk around and you just want to jump over. Seems like an unnecessarily dangerous shortcut. So we're not going to take that. Okay. Now where's our wolf? A lot of crows over there, though. Alright, definitely not a way up here. Yeah, this is definitely a dead end here. And if memory serves, the next bit over is where our wolf is. In the next clearing. Still no scent marks, so it shouldn't hunt us well. But it's always a risk. This has got to look pretty good on, well, let's see how screwed my eyesight is on heritage mode. Oof. This is going to take some getting used to. Maybe around and to the right here is where we pop the charcoal. Yeah, I think I'm feeling good about that. In fact, I'm feeling so good, maybe there's a way across. Oh, come on, let's get off this. Oof. Please, 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 please. There we go. This looks like a way up, doesn't it? How could this not be a way up? I guess by being too steep here. No, this is walkable. Eminently walkable. Now that's too steep. Well, I guess we can find out where we are at least. Exactly. Okay, not even close. Not even close to where I thought. Yeah, that's definitely impassable. Anything wolf-like over there? This also looks impassable. Yeah, that... because there's this arbitrary bump here. So let's not push our luck there. Might be able to get up on the right. That's a better guess. A better bet, in my opinion. Still need to be a little careful. Because we're walking pretty slow. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I don't think we came up to this plateau. Definitely not. Let's get the meat off this guy. And we have only one charcoal. Well, I suppose it gives us an excuse to cook this meat. And we'll also take the hide. Because again, kind of low on cured deer hides in this region.
Feels like a lot of gear.
And I would enjoy fixing up my... Ooh, so many crow feathers. So many crow feathers. We were going to make arrows. Alright, then. Let's get as high as we can get. Yeah, we really should be here now. So if we're good with this one charcoal, that should be everything we need. Visuals-wise. And the other thing that I'm also looking for here is a way over to the middle area. Because there is a tree branch somewhere bridging these two regions. That's the tree branch, I believe. Now, is it accessible from here? Maybe, maybe not. I could see it going two ways. But it looks like it might be. That tree branch should be somewhere here. That is probably our fir limb. So let's go a little bit farther north. Yeah, surely. Oh, hello. Small detour. Might be a char here. Maybe one of these busted up shelters. Alright, simple tools, don't need them. Sewing kit, fine. Whetstone, pretty good. Spray paint, probably don't need it. Actually, I don't think I really needed any of that stuff. But at the same time...
That'll come in handy.
We're heavy. And we're walking, so that's kind of rough. But at the same time, we're not really going to be coming back up here, will we? Especially not for the purposes of picking up a hatchet. I think we take it. I think we take it with us. Ooh, that's rough. Let's get right up to that ridge and we'll pop a char. In fact, we can probably drop some of this water. Yeah. Much better, and still plenty of water. Ah, Delissabear. Up. A little bit of birch. A lot of bit of birch. A lot of bit of birch, and there are no birch trees here. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not complaining. As the Skyrim guard said, must have been the wind. Okay, this thing... Is it in the ravine? It might be in the ravine. What are those crows circling over? And this... Okay, we can walk up it. This is going to be the perfect spot for, unfortunately, our final current charcoal. Oh, it goes even higher. Better and better. Better and better. Oh yeah, perfect. I suppose based on... Those crows aren't low enough for the body to be in the ravine. It must actually be up here. And maybe we can even cross over. One way to find out. Alright, never mind. Whatever that is, it's definitely in the ravine. Oops. Maybe we can see from the far side. And peek? Nope, that is... Oh, unless... No, it's just chilling out down there. Do we go and check it? What's the way up? I guess we can just go around. Yeah, we can drop some stuff. Just to lighten up a bit. I've been carrying quality tools this whole time. Why did I even pick up the simple tools? Okay. Traveling light. Let's just take a quick peek at our boy here. Crow feather. What is this? Geometry. Have you got anything good on you?
What have we here?
No. The trail boots are probably good for getting some cured leather, but they have 1 kilogram of mass, and that's a little bit too heavy for my tastes right now. We're already quite encumbered. Yep. More vertigo.
Too heavy.
Too heavy, he says. I suppose we don't really need all this spray paint, but... Speaking of which... Let's put a mark... Hunting area, perhaps. To mark where this crossing is. Alright. That's a pretty good mark. Pretty good mark for it. And now the question, is this going to end up at another climbing rope to get down there? Or can we just walk? I'm getting hopeful. I'm thinking maybe we can just walk. It hasn't been completely decided yet. But this is looking pretty good. Oh, this is eminently walkable. Fantastic. Perfection. Is that a wolf or is that a tree stump? It's got to be a tree stump. Okay. So. We have finally...
This gear is slowing me down.
Oh, hello. Well, I was going to say we can finally finish out and clear out this area. But that's a moose. That is 100% a moose. And I don't need that smoke right now. Let's skirt around. Actually, let's think. Now that we know there's a way, how far around did we really go? We didn't go here, did we? No, we went over here, I think crossed in here. And we're here. Let's head back to the bear. I'm getting a little bit concerned that we've left the bear alone for too long. I don't want it to spoil. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. And we can think about maybe seeing if there's another shortcut to this middle area later. Ooh, I hope I don't break an ankle here. I think we're good. Man, of course there's a moose. Why wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't there be? The upside is we don't actually need any more charcoals all the way back to Angler's Den. The downside is it's all the way back to Angler's Den. Alright, yeah, nice. Very nice geometry. One thing I'm coming to realize is I'm not entirely sure what the best way down from this upper plateau is. Is there another way up to the north, or do we have to go back south? I would like to lessen the amount of running around we have to do. All of this stuff over here is very indicative of a cliff edge. All these rocks, I mean. Let's just take a quick check. Going down is easier than going up if you have to hop. And this is looking more traversable than I was expecting. Let's see if it goes all the way down. That one looks pretty steep. Is that a deer or a wolf? I can't tell with the fuzziness of the heritage mode. This looks traversable, yeah. We'll hop down, hopefully not break an ankle, please, yes. And trust that this is a deer. Yeah, that's certainly deer-shaped, right? Yeah, 100% deer-shaped. This looks hoppable, right? Certainly. Okay. Alright, and we're down. This is more unnecessary views of the ravine. Don't need to worry about that. And if there's a deer, surely there's not a wolf. 2 deer. We should be alright here. I will say they definitely weren't there when we came by this way the first time. Yeah, cloppity clop, cloppity clop, cloppity clop, cloppity clop. Not our problem. In fact, I think I'm not even going to worry about whatever the heck is over here on the left. This looks like a hard enough edge. And maybe this is just a little bit of fragmentation that is not even useful. Not even useful to explore. See if we can get back before nightfall. Alright, so we just went here, so we should be here-ish. If I remember, right around in this middle area, there's a big hill we walk down, and then we just stick to the right. So the main thing to remember is pass the hill and go right. I want to, I want to mark where this entrance is up here. Just for the off chance, who knows, maybe one day in the far-flung future, we'll head back this way. It is kind of hard to find. Alright, pshh. Nice. And I still haven't found that bear's, the one that we hunted. That bear's hideout. Right, those are hooves. And based on the deer proximity, I'm thinking we might be safe all the way back to the bear. Surely there hasn't been a Timberwolf pack that spawned in. Surely the game would never do that to me. I hear an awoo up there in exactly the direction we're going. Luckily, we only have a single scent mark. And actually, just in case. This isn't a very good conditioned rifle. But who knows? If we break a wrist, this might be our only backup. Okay, that's a wolf. Let's try to get around him on the left. I think we want to go all the way down there. Not to that. I think that middle area is where we went up to get up to that plateau and maybe one next to it. Oh, buddy, come on. Leave Brittany alone. See if we can just lose him by walking. In my opinion, these guys are mostly growl and no bite. It seems like what they really prefer is to just look menacing and loom. Anything in front of us? I don't see anything. And that stuff over here looks just like grass. So we hang around on the right. There are two places I can think of that the bear is. But I believe, because if we keep going around on the right, eventually it will lead to basically the valley to the next valley. It splits in two, but it kind of ends up at the same place. And I believe it's at the northern exit of that kind of valley thing where our bear is. Alright, come on. Kinda wish we were walking faster. But as long as the wolf isn't gaining on us. As long as he's not gaining, we should be okay. I don't see him anymore, but I'm certainly still chasing. If only by the music cues. Yep, and by the growling cues. If you like planes, consider what I was showing, but now you're eating boiled peanuts. Is he chasing? No. I thought I heard him pitter-pattering. I'm a fan of boiled peanuts. I'm a fan of boiled peanuts that you get out of a huge vat that someone has been, you know, simmering for who knows how long. But they have to be at least a little bit salty. Preferably moderately salty. Okay. I'm wondering, is it possible that these crows are over our bear? This is about where I'd expect the bear to be. Let's find out. I'm feeling pretty good about these crows. Could this be it? Or is that just a rock? Okay, there's our bear. Well, then this wolf is going to be a problem. Buddy, can you just leave? Surely there are no wolves behind us, right? I don't think so. Alright, here's the plan. We lure this jerk over to the angler's den. And we punish him. Then we drop a whole bunch of stuff inside, a whole bunch of tools, like all the axes, all the firewood, all that stuff. Get lightweight. And then we head over to the bear. We might even sleep for... I actually kind of don't want to sleep. Even though I really should. Man, this guy just doesn't quit. Yeah, there's our angler's den. Okay. Although, to be honest, I'm not sure how liking planes relates to boiled peanuts. Come on, bud. I'm beginning to think that this camera mode is the Mackenzie forgot to wear his glasses mode. Okay. All right, this is good. This is a good place to be. And as such, let's get this party started. Come on, buddy. There we go. Yep, and pop. All right, give me that arrow back, thank you. So you can sit. And what we can do is drop things like all this firewood. Every last stick in all the land. 100 divided by 99.55. What a mysterious fraction. 99.5 divided by 100. Well, I feel kind of robbed. Why do I not get 99.55 out of 100? Okay, we can drop the timber plug because those are useless. How, oh how, did we ever find so much birch bark? Alright, inside, we drop all the junk.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
And then, more simple tools. You may not have seen this, Mythic Mira, but in yonder hills there's a bear to be harvested. And so many things to drop. A rating. Yeah, right. I feel like if you say this is a 9.5 out of 10, either you're missing a zero somewhere, or it's entirely possible that you need to expand your experience and content. Don't need this. What else can we drop? We can drop as much as I... Yeah. What can we drop here? Oh, all this stuff. All this stuff. 9.99 out of 10. I see what you're doing with those decimals. You can't trick me. You can't trick me. Okay, crows, you're fine. And let's just see if we can find that bear. I think it's this way. Pretty sure the bear is this way. Let's go. And let's hope the bear isn't completely rotten. I would not like to miss almost 38 kilograms of delicious meat. And we are going to need all of this firewood, picking up sticks to cook it all. Oh, you know what? I have a couple of cooking pots I should have dropped. Silly me, as the case may be. And you. Okay, now where's that bear? It was under a tree somewhere. Was it here? No, it's probably over there. Yeah, I think these crows are where the bear is. Just bear with me. I'm looking for it. Settle on 9.99 out of 10. Well, it's not like I can really second guess your rating system because, as they say, there's no accounting for taste. Alright, there's our bear. And okay, this meat isn't looking great. Current calories 751. I think 11 kilograms is probably pushing it for what we can carry here. Let's see how good the meat is.
I might have to drop some gear. It's getting dark out here.
Yeah, that is pushing it. 32%. Not great, but not the worst thing in the world. And by the time we cook it, it should get up to something like 80%. Okay, let's start heading back. Ooh, but we'll probably have to sleep some. I'm definitely of two minds with this. Definitely of two minds.
Something's making me feel tired.
What do you enjoy most about this game? Well, there's a certain contemplativeness to it. There's a certain contemplativeness, and it's not the kind of game where there's something extremely pressing happening at every instant. Oh, except for times like this where suddenly there's a wolf. And I was about to say, it's peace punctuated by moments of abject terror. We should be fine with this. Should be okay. We'll just do a replay of what we did with that first wolf. Yeah, we really do need to sleep soon. How could there ever be so many wolves in this area? So rude. So rude and very inconsiderate. I think I agree with that. Emphasis on survival and careful decision making. Come on. We've seen this, we've heard this before. I mean, you're certainly welcome to. This is... So I've played this game once a long, long time ago, around the time the first episode came out. And this survival mode run started a couple months ago, I want to say, at this point. And I've been going through all of the regions in the world. And this is actually the last one I have to explore before I've seen all of them. So I can't promise that I'll be playing this game forevermore. There's still some challenges I want to try. But you're welcome to follow. What was I going to do? Right. We need a fire. Probably here. We need wood matches and sticks. Yes. Cook some of this food because we're almost starving. By the way, am I a digital artist? I guess technically I am, yes. Yeah, I threw this guy together in Blender. Didn't take the longest amount of time, and there are some things that I want to change. For example, if you're familiar at all with Blender, I'm sure you recognize this as the no texture, which is my favorite texture on the Citadel. Okay. I think we're just going to be cooking a decent amount here. Now, we are tired enough to sleep until dawn. So we can do that at our leisure. But I think the first order of business is cook some bear meat. And we can do that quite simply. I think we cook all the bear meat and maybe even make some water. Just want to be a little bit careful not to let the fire go out. Until, of course,
I'd lay
A
down
blizzard
right
arrives
here
and
if I
blows the
thought
fire
you'd
out.
wake
That's
up again.
very unfortunate timing. It could be worse. But it could also be better. Alright, let's be a little bit careful of our timer here. I thought I heard an aurora noise, but I think I didn't. Water. We do need more water. But that does mean we won't be able to cook all the bear. We're gonna miss one bear. Probably. Well, actually, we might be able to sneak it. I think we can sneak this one in. Great. Okay. Cook, and we can probably get, I want to say 1 liter. Yeah, easy. So easy. Perfect. Now,
Gotta go.
the question we have to ask ourselves: do we directly sleep? I think we do. Okay. Maybe cook some fish. Some moldy, delicious fish. That's 37 minutes. Do we have sticks? We have so many sticks. Alright. Cook you. Actually, might as well just cook all the fish. Why not? Who's gonna stop me? Who is gonna stop me? No one. You can't stop me. And one more fish? One more fish. 37 minutes, only 22. One more sting. Alright. Don't blow out. And... perfect. Okay, food-wise, we are super set. Drop the fish in a slightly different place. We have enough water. Yes. Okay. So now we do the big sleep. And at this rate, when are we going to be waking up? We're going to be waking up in the mid-afternoon.
There's
First
gotta be
trunk.
something useful in here.
We didn't need that. Shelf, no. Where is the bed? It's got to be workbench. Bed is to the right of the workbench. Trunk. Bed. Give it to me. There we are. Okay. Sleeper 12. Hope the bear meat on the bear doesn't decay too much. I'm a little bit worried about it. But now, what's our weight look like? All right, I think we could probably, especially once we drop all these sticks, we can probably get about 20 kilograms of bear meat. And carry that comfortably. Not forget about the charcoal, just in case. There's also the wolves, always the wolves. Last time I went too far left. So let's go down the pond. I think the bear was at the end of the pond on the left. Not as close as I thought before. Yeah, I want to say right up there. Right in front. In fact, I think I might already see the lump up on the hill. Again, always hard to tell with this heritage vision on. Which is actually kind of creepy. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. I also forgot to eat breakfast. Alright. Bear used to be at 33 or 32% meat. Let's see how much some time cooking and 12 hours of sleep does. Here we go. Yeah, we can probably bring all of this back, maybe even the hide too. Hide, I think, is only 1 kilogram. Yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours of butchering.
This gear's
Alright.
starting to slow me down.
And how's the meat looking? 10%. Wow, that's pretty low. We almost lost it. 12 more hours, we probably would have lost it. So that was a close thing.
I need
Now,
to find food.
cook this meat. It ought to be up to 60%. I think cooking gives it about 50 condition back. And surely there will be no wolf here. Not another. Okay, I think we're good. So we just follow the pond, and we won't be able to miss the house. Again, spend the night cooking. At least to the degree of firewood that we have. Our life should be a lot easier because we have the cooking pots. But not so easy that I'm just going to give up on picking up these sticks. Delicious, delicious sticks. Each one is 10 hours, not 10 hours, 10 minutes of burn time, so 3 is 30 minutes. It's not quite enough to be one full bear meat, but it's close. Follow the crows. Follow the crow noises. There we are. Follow the crow noises and you might get lost, but you'll end up where you're going. You will end up exactly there, or at least approximately. And maybe you'll even find a stick or two on the way. And here is our or 2. Never say no to a feather. Feathers of a feather fall together. Alright, first order business. Eat some of this fish. Delicious fish. And why fish, you say? Well, it's because I suspect fish gets ruined faster, and it's also not as efficient calorically. And so it's better to eat the fish first, so that way if you need to bring things somewhere else in a pinch, bear meat gets more calories per kilogram. And is therefore better to carry long distances.
Come on.
Alright, add fuel. We got these sticks. And I can't believe I picked up those cooking pots when I didn't need to. That is a rookie error. Very much a rookie error. Alright. More sticks, more firewood. Use the reclaimed wood, the low quality reclaimed wood. Because we are going to be burn, baby, burn, disco infernoing. I actually don't even know if the 8 hours is going to be enough. Feels like 40 degrees Celsius. Isn't that like 120 degrees Fahrenheit? Something absolutely ridiculous. Playing our rhythm game. And it's going pretty well. Okay, so this stuff should all cook up quite nicely. And, you know, I bet I picked that up before it cooked. Okay, here we go. Now, once we cook all this, I think the next order of business is we sleep, we head back to the fishing hole, and we go back up to the homestead respite. Because that place should have a lot of stuff that's cured, especially birch saplings. And with the workbench in this angler's den, with that workbench available, we can make a bunch of arrows. Like a lot of arrows. Still. And that sounds like a lot of wind, which is actually pretty concerning. Because it may very well blow this fire out. If it doesn't, and it did, damn. And of course, as usual, the wind blows for the 5 minutes it takes to burn out the fire, and then it stops. You've got to be kidding me. Fine, if you're gonna be that way, I guess you'll just have to be that way. That is annoying. I think we lost about 2.5 hours of burn time on that.
Come on.
Well, add fuel, burn you, and I think between these two bear meats that are the only ones left to cook, we should still have enough time to get at least 4 liters of water. We're going to need a lot of water here. Might even be able to get 6. Okay. I'm feeling cheeky. I think we can do another 4 liters. It's gonna be close though. Nope, because the cooking speed increase from the high cooking skill. We basically gained 30 minutes. Which means we should be able to put in at least
through another night.
another cheeky liter. And maybe even 2 more cheeky liters. Yeah, the cooking pots are just so strong. Okay. Good. So, first order of business. Drop all this bear meat. Eat all this bear meat. Second order of business. Drop all this bear meat. Except for maybe one. And the fish. Drink the water. And drop the water. Because ain't nobody needs to be carrying 10 liters of water. And maybe sleep for 6 hours. Actually sleep for more than that, because there is certainly a rope that we need to go up and down. Alright, let's sleep for 9. That'll give us full fatigue. And with that fatigue, we can go up and down the climbing rope. First, let's pick all this stuff up and maybe separate it a little bit. Huh? Is that out? Is that all? Just about. Is there a trunk? There was a trunk I didn't search. Oh, MJ LARPers be pulling up to Pepsi's comment section to spam, "You thought we forgot."
Drop any of this
That's something
gear.
that happened before they were even conceived. It happened approximately, what is that? 4 years ago? No, 4 years is 1,500 days. So that would be 40 years ago, just about. 1998. Wait, hold on. 1998 was not 15,000 days ago. There's 365 days in a year. Let's round that up to 400. That means in 10 years, there are 4,000 days. In 20 years, there are 8,000 days. In 30 years, there are 12,000 days. So somewhere between 30 and 40 years. There is no way that that's 1998. You can't trick me. I won't be fooled by such things. Okay, we do need to figure out what we're going to drop here, though. Like, for example, actually, we can just put things in the trunk, can't we? In the trunk, we will put flares, an extra hatchet, the hunting rifle, the tools, a couple more flares, some cans, and most of these spray paints and whetstones. I am almost certain that we are still carrying a lot more than we need to be carrying on account of we need to drop a lot more stuff because there is still all these are fresh. And I guess the stump removers too. I think there is a lot, like a lot of stuff curing up in that homesteader's respite. And so we really do need to be careful about carrying too many things we don't need to be carrying. How are we still so heavy? I want to have at least 10 kilograms free. In fact, even that might not be enough. All right, here's the plan. Plan is find another container to put this stuff in. I guess we can put the stuff that we want to pick up later in the metal container here. So we'll start with some of these energy drinks. We'll continue with the MRE, bearskin bedroll, all the charcoals. We don't need to charcoal on the way. In fact, we don't even really need the hatchet, do we? No, we don't. Okay, this should be good. I'll even put the arrowheads in the drawer because we're going to be using them. Ooh, hiccup. Anything else to drop? Not really. Okay. We eat the food. We drink the water. Yeah, 1985 is definitely closer to what I would expect. And what's the thing they remember? When Pepsi canceled Cherry Pepsi or something? Alright, I think before night really falls, I think we'll be able to get back to the respite. And if we're good enough, if we're fast enough, we might even be able to get up to the respite, pick up all the stuff that's curing, and then get back down to the angler's den. Yeah, look at all these delicious tree limbs that we no longer need because we cooked all the bear. I suppose there's still those 2 wolves that we can cook. And I hear another one over in that direction. But until then, I think we want to be traveling light and fast. Yeah, this is looking familiar. Now, if it gets to be too dark, that the heritage mode is really just destroying my eyesight, I will switch back to noir. Because we're a hard-boiled private eye. Just out on the look for a dame with a case to make rent. What could crows be over there? I don't remember there being anything. Or did I already look at it? I guess let's find out. Oh, interesting. I don't think I saw this dude before. Unfortunate. But I will take that soda. I will take that soda with impunity. Okay, we're listening now because there could be wolves down here. It's nowhere near a guarantee. It's nowhere near the opposite of a guarantee either. I'm hoping that if we just skirt the left here, we'll be able to make it. Eventually, and maybe in the not too far-flung future, I want to check the other side of this canyon. We haven't been there because there's been a pack of wolves over there. How some dudes were overreacting when they heard that you allegedly had the Ebola virus in 2012. Well, 2012 is the year that everything went off the rails, so we're lucky that we had a COVID outbreak as opposed to an Ebola virus outbreak globally. Okay, that Awoo is not in front of us. I hope. The Ebola virus will really mess you up, though. The only thing that it has going for it, I think, is that it doesn't have a very long incubation period and it kills you fast. So it's somewhat, I say somewhat, it is somewhat self-limiting in how it spreads. It's probably literally the only thing that has kept it from becoming a pandemic, because I believe it's extremely contagious. If what I'm remembering is correct. Okay, now, two things. There is our fishing hole. Where's our rope? It's gotta be over here, right? I just can't see it because of the garbage heritage filter. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, quick in and out, 15-minute rope adventure. Let's go. And actually, you know what? We barely even lost an eighth of our stamina gauge, of our fatigue gauge from that. These crampons,
Dusk,
man,
so night can't be far behind.
it's kind of pretty. Put your homestead on. Screenshot. Can definitely beat current day Mike Tyson. Yeah, right. Yeah, gnaw an ear off. Okay, I was hoping it would be a little bit brighter. Because I can't see anything, yay. Do we have a stick? We have one stick. I don't think we can pull a fire with just one stick. We don't even have a storm lantern, do we? We don't have a storm lantern. Oh, this is kind of unfortunate. Here's our saplings. Where are our saplings? Surely there's more than two birch saplings here. Alright, as much as I hate it, I think we're gonna have to light the torch. It's a damn shame. A damn shame. Yeah, I was completely looking the wrong place. These are the saplings I'm really interested in. Any other skins? No, water bottle's fine. Crate's fine. Anything in the trunk? Revolver, I guess we can take the woodworking tools down because we're not going to need them up here. Do we take the revolver down? I think we leave the revolver up here. And I guess we can also take most of, but perhaps not all of this coffee. Come on. Delicious. Delicious coffee. Alright. Food can stay. That can stay. And I suppose, well, trail boots, might as well take those down. Yeah, I think the rest can stay. And let's head out. Yeah, it's getting to the point where I think Heritage is a little bit brutal. Oh my goodness, look at how nice Noor is comparatively. So nice. So nice you might do it twice. Any wolves visible? I don't see any, and we don't have any scent marks, so we should be alright. Yep. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we can make it back very easily. This is no problem. It's not a problem for me, but it's a problem for you. Bum 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 bum. Okay. In fact, maybe we can even do a little bit of sprinting. If I'm feeling this brazen. We'll see how the fatigue and the time at night is doing when we get back. I think this is still the right way. And depending, we might take care of those two wolves just so we can get a head start on curing their stuff. How could there be a wolf in this direction? Okay, well, it's not down here, so it's not our problem. It's probably up with the moose. If I was to guess, I'd probably say it's up on the moose. Now, is it here or to the left? I think it's over this way. The pass, I mean. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, speaking of getting skinned. Get a few of these sticks. Yeah, I'm feeling good about this. We do a little bit more sprinting. It'll probably be about 50 minutes each for the wolves to harvest them fully. Which would put us something like around midnight with about 1/4 of our fatigue left. So if we sleep, we should sleep until early mid-morning. Should be mid-morning, I think. And that's a good time to wake up. And surely I won't get lost in this... The hell is that noise? I think that was just a tree branch groaning. Surely we can't get lost in this one-way valley. Yeah, there it is. There's our spot. Actually more fatigue than I was expecting to have. Okay, so we do wolf number 1. Yeah, about 56 minutes, an hour. And then we do wolf number 2. I think I'm feeling pretty good about this time estimation, minus the fact that there's a sudden aurora and we have 3 scent marks. But surely there's no bath salts animals around. Now, this wolf is starving. Only 3.3 kilograms of meat? Hardly even worth the trouble.
This pack is getting kind of
All right. I don't think there are any concerns here. Any dangers. We'll toss the raw wolf meat outside to preserve it. 35% isn't the worst. Not the best, but not the worst. And the rest we can put down inside to cure. with, I suppose, this stuff. Wait, no. Yes. No, yes. Yes, no. Yes. We cure the fresh wolf and the fresh gut. Did not mean to click that. Meant to click this. And at this rate, yeah, we can actually start handling these. Because how many birch saplings do we have? We have 10 cured birch saplings. I think each one is good for 3 arrow shafts. And we only have 9, well, 9, 10, 11. We have 12 free arrowheads. And enough saplings for more than that many shafts. So I think we're pretty good. Maybe even we'll be limited by the crow feathers instead of the birch shafts. But I think crow feather wise we're still good. Each arrow I think takes 3 crow feathers, so we only really need a little bit more than 30, and we have almost 60. Okay, I think we're fantastic here. I think we're really good. Alright, so next order of business, let's pick up, no, let's not pick those up. We can cook this raw meat later. But for now what we'll do is we'll sleep until morn and see how the weather is outside. If it's sunny, we might make a fire. Otherwise, we are definitely going to be starting on these arrows. Is that sunny? I actually can't tell with the noir mode on. It feels cloudy though. It is cloudy. All right. Drink some water. Eat some meat. Delicious bear meat. And it has been about 3.5 hours since we started streaming. Let's do a few minutes for a stretch slash pull up slash hydration break. So, if you've been sitting, or even if this has just been in the background, take a quick walk, get the blood flowing. I'll do the same. I'll do some pull-ups. How me and Twin will be moving in at our first week at McDonald's when they catch a 4-year-old trying to grab a cup. Well, I'm somewhat concerned. I don't know if this twin is real, or if it's just a figment of your eldritch horror manipulated imagination. But at any rate, let's pause for a few minutes, enjoy this beautiful weather, and maybe I'll even take it off of noir mode on account of it's no longer nighttime. Oh, that's kind of pretty. Heritage has its own vibe, but I think I prefer normal comparatively. So we will back to normal. Not normal, normal. Yeah, eventually I think we're going to have to figure out where that... You're going 2 bones. See you next stream or post. Yeah, it'll be probably, I want to say Friday-ish. I think so far we'll be doing kind of like an every other weekday thing. But I'll see you on the proverbial flip side, Stair Striker. Alright. Take care of your sort of health needs. I'll be back in probably a little under 5 minutes. All right, that was slightly longer than intended. However, when you have a needy cat meowing at you, well, there are certain things that need to be done. Okay, like, for example, remembering what the heck I was about to do. Right, weather is not sunny. It is very much not sunny. And so that means we start making arrow shafts. It takes a hunting knife, which is kind of low condition. I'm a little bit concerned about that. But we do have some whetstones. And we could get our whetstone skill up. In fact, I think we do that. Pick all you. All you.
Too heavy.
And where did I drop the whetstones? Did I put them in the trunk? Probably. Yes. Okay, so there are certainly a whole bunch of knives scattered around all of our bases here. But there's no knife here. In fact, before I forget, let's actually mark this as a base. Storage. And I hope the weather is good enough to mark this on the map. I'm going to be kind of salty if it's not. Good. Very good. Okay, so let's get workbenching. I guess we could also do some interesting... What is the fishing lure situation? Because I kind of want to get that... there's an achievement for having all 3 kinds of lures. F is for fishing. So there's one that takes a revolver shell casing, crow feather scrap metal. There's one that takes acorns, crow feather scrap metal. Now I know we had acorns around here somewhere. Moose hide cloak. We've already got the satchel. We can actually maybe even think about making a moose hide cloak, possibly, because we did hunt that moose up there. Just need to remember where I put the hide.
Too much stuff to carry.
What else? We don't want any prepared acorns large. Burdock is fine, but not really useful. It would be nice... Ooh. It would be nice to be able to put a bed wherever I please. Well, more on that perhaps in the future. But right now we're working on arrows. So, to do that... Oh, you can even make a workbench wherever you please. Interesting. Well, that changes things. I'll have to think about that. Right, workbench, craft, and let's do... I actually kind of want to do a fishing lure here. Yeah, surely nothing bad could happen by making this fishing lure, right? Oh, I guess I had already made the acorn fishing lure. I just got the tackle box achievement. Craft all 3 fishing lure types. Okay, well that's lucky. Won't hear me complaining. Ah, but what I was going to do, I always get distracted, is a whole bunch of whittling. Basically, we're going to be completely reprofiling this edge.
I need to drop something.
100%. Sharpening skill is only 64, and we're getting 4% per sharpen. All right, let's just get it up. We will get it up. We'll see what the next breakpoint is to get a better either time or condition percentage improvement. To be honest, you could probably spend 30 minutes and completely reprofile even the most busted of knives. So maybe this is just more... Okay, so 66 to 67%. We went from 4% to 5%. Good to know. But honestly, it's a little bit silly how long you have to sharpen to get even a dull knife back into condition. But I guess it's also a little bit silly how you can use a hunting knife for like 100 hours straight before it actually breaks. I think we're still okay. Yeah. I think we reduced 1 minute of the sharpening time too. Yeah, let's see if there's another breakpoint at 75%. Still 13 and 5. Still 13 and 5, and this is going to be 75 skill. Okay, still 13 and 5. Interesting. Still 13 and 5. Come on now. Maybe at 80%? 13 and 5. Wait. Was I not paying? I think I wasn't paying attention. And somehow it got to 100%. Anyway. Oh. And now it's sunny. Black Frost isn't coming in early access this year. They delayed it to halfway through 2027. Well, especially for something that I think is ostensibly supposed to have multiplayer.
I'm not going to be able to carry this.
It's good that they delayed it. Because fixing multiplayer, you know, the netcodes and balance, broadly speaking, is pretty important that they nail that. So I don't mind the delay, actually. Certainly could be a worse situation.
Turned out pretty well.
And let's get one of these firewoods. Okay, add you, and let's see how long or how many wolf meats 2 hours of cook time will do us. All right, so it says 38 minutes, call that 58, speed up through, and we go from 58 to 22, which is about 33 minutes. 33 minutes for wolf meat, 2 hours. That's going to be 2 and change. We'll use a stick. 3 more batches, which is 6 kilos. But we had 8. We're going to need more wood. Probably going to need more wood. And of course I picked one that wasn't a full kilo, and so it messed up the timing. Cockroach, I don't remember. Did you say that you played through the episodes? I do not recall. Yeah, we're going to need a couple more sticks. At least. How much food wolf do we have? We have 2 and change kilograms. Might as well get one of these firewoods. Ooh, fir firewood. That's kind of a lot to use, though. Well, I guess it is what it is. And plop. Oops. We can use the extra time to make water.
I could use a drink.
Cook. Drink. All right, that's excellent. Oh, and they ended up lined up. Who knows how that happened? It is mysterious. Hour and 30 should be... Could easily get 2 liters out of that. Okay, very good. The only downside here being, of course, it's almost nighttime. I suspect we won't be able to use the workbench inside at nighttime.
The sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
All right. Drop that. We're still fat, but we're also not really going anywhere. And what that means is let's just line things up so things are bright, and then we can craft to our heart's content. Yeah, hopefully it's still bright enough. Might not be able to
I'm gonna
finish.
have to leave something behind.
Oh. Oh, that's dark. Can we even start? 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Yeah, can we even start here? I am not going to ask about why the game thinks that it is possible to do any kind of work in this lighting condition, but I'll take it. I guess we just do a half hour at a time. Yep. Yeah, I think it really is 1% of knife condition per... Now it's too dark. 1% of knife condition per hour of use, which is really good. And I don't think we'll be able to sleep through until dawn. I don't think we'll be able to. Alternatively, if there's an aurora, it'll be bright enough. And there is not. Sounds windy outside. Diddly. I suppose we have a couple of books to read, don't we? Why is it that in the 2010s, everyone was getting their blood boiled because they made a reboot to a show they used to watch and it's not the exact same as they remember being? I guess that's sometimes how people just react when, you know, there's something, when something changes. Just kind of how they react. Alright, can we read in the dark? We can read in the dark. Even if we freeze. Okay, we did get the full hour. Now we need to warm up.
My fingers feel numb.
But I think part of it is, especially with remakes that were kind of starting around the 2010s, I remember one of the big complaints that a lot of people had is that they weren't like respecting the source material in the sense of, you know, like for example, if something was a soft sequel, what they would basically do is like undo all of the successes that the original films had, or the original whatever franchises had. I think that's a big part of it. Okay. What can we do? Yeah, 12 arrows. I guess we can harvest this. Really just waiting for either it to get warmer or it to get lighter. So we can either use the workbench again.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Yeah, still too dark. Or go outside and read more. But in the meantime, is there anything that we would want to do? Prepared birch bark has 0.05 kilograms of weight. It takes 2 birch barks. How much does 1 birch bark weigh? Where is it? Not here. Here. Okay, so 1 birch bark weighs 0.05 kilograms. So prepared birch bark actually weighs less than the original birch bark, which means we can prepare all this birch bark and get about a ½ kilogram of weight back. They made a Resident Evil movie last year that wasn't a fan fiction, but everyone hated it because they made Leon Kennedy's hair brown. I don't remember, was his hair brown in the original Resident Evil? I think it might have been. And then it was kind of a dirty blonde in Resident Evil 4. Yeah, I don't remember him being like a proper blonde. But I think if you've come to the point where the biggest complaint people have about your piece of art is that it's the wrong hair color for one of the characters, it probably means you didn't do too bad a job. Because there will always be the complainers. It's just a matter of exactly how many things do they really have to complain about.
Might have to drop some gear.
Okay, it's still cold, but But. I think maybe we can sneak another hour in. Where is it? Here. Research.
Looks like a new day is done.
Yeah, I think we'll get this. Nice. In fact, if we didn't have more arrow shafts to make, I'd maybe even do another hour, but we do have more arrow shafts to make. Here we go. And it is light. So, I mean, honestly, why don't we just make all these? Yeah, 4 hours? Certainly we can craft for 4 hours, right? Okay, there we go. Now we have all the arrow shafts we could ever possibly dream of having. And food. Okay, now, if we were to make some simple arrows, it doesn't use any tools. So I think we can just start.
Too heavy.
Maybe 2 at a time? The only concern would be running out of water, because apparently crafting is thirsty work. But don't ask me. Yeah, look at this. We are in a good spot here. A very good spot. Half fatigue down. Now, we're not so lined up that we can just sleep until dawn, it looks like. So there might be some night reading happening. I doubt we'll be able to sneak this last arrow in. Yeah, it became too dark. So we leave the cabin. Someone who's LARPing Technoblade, who is a dead Minecraft YouTuber and play with his real-life friend. I feel like playing with someone who's pretending to be your dead friend is evil. At the same time, it could be a coping mechanism, but I will say I have zero understanding of the background. So who knows, maybe I'm just giving too much charity where it shouldn't be given. Alright, certainly this is bright enough weather to read a book about firearms in.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
Surely. Long dark, I will never understand how you deal with light at night. It will never make sense to me. Alright, now we should be able to sleep until dawn.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Where's the bed? There's the bed. Drink. LARPing Technoblade, who's a demo, and play with his... Oh no. So never mind. I misread your message. I thought it was the friend LARPing, not some rando. Yeah, that's, that is certainly behavior that I would expect of someone who trolls. Not someone with a well-regulated emotional system. So yeah, I definitely misread what you said there. Okay, let's see. We need... Why did I come outside? We're still making arrows. We're making arrows until we get cabin fever. I don't think we could make more than 3 arrows at a time. I think we would probably run out of water and be stopped prematurely. Scrumptious. Yes, and now we have, how many more arrows do we have? 4 more arrows to make. We might be able to sneak it in if the game is generous with the dusk. But it will be a close thing, I think. Delicious. Delicious boiled plastic water. And yeah, 2 more arrows left. Let's see if we can get it. That's 1. And I think we nailed it. Nailed it. Okay, very good. Very, very good. The next question. Do we have things to repair clothing? The wolfskin coat doesn't need repairing. The deerskin boots and the pants both need repairing. But I don't think there should be a deer hide somewhere. Oh, that was cured. Where is it? Here. So 2 cured deer hides. Okay, that's excellent. Hopefully each of these pieces of clothing will only take 1 deer hide to repair. And even more hopefully, perhaps they will be repaired to full. That might be a little bit too optimistic. A little bit too much to hope for. But I think we can get started. I want to say boots first. Yeah, 1 hide, 1 deer gut. Only 35% though. I think that's still okay. Because 35%, that'll bring us up to about 90% repaired. Okay, so that's great. Yeah, 91%. And how about the pants? Another 34 point. This will bring us up to 95%. This is perfect. This is actually perfect. Assuming it doesn't get too dark. And it didn't. 96%. Pant situation, fantastic. Boot situation, great. Crampon situation, great but decaying. Satchel situation, great. These are fine. Socks are fine. Balaclava's fine. Gauntlets are parka. The pants could use some help.
I'm gonna have to leave.
But they only take cloth, so we don't really need to be too concerned about it. I will repair something that's at 55%, even if it's just underwear. And I have been meaning to break down these trail boots to get that cured leather. It takes forever to break down shoes, man. A very long time. But I suppose the leather is difficult enough to source that it's worth it. Yeah, all of this, we haven't done much since coming back. We've made some arrows. We've repaired some clothing. And we're already out of those 2 wolves that we hunted. Wolf meat does not go very far, all things considered. Alright, time to sleep till dawn. Forward and left. Bed. Yeah, 9 hours will put us comfortably into the morning. Which is always perfect in my opinion. Now that you think about it, co-op might not be that bad in Black Frost. I think I'm coming around to that opinion as well. Because, like was said before, co-op means you need twice the food, twice the clothing, twice the materials to keep the clothing in good repair. And I think if they're smart about it, they will also make it harder to hunt so that maybe you even need 2 or more people to hunt larger game like a bear or a moose. I think, and this is maybe me giving more, what's the word I'm looking for? More credit to Hinterlands that I know that they deserve. I think they might not just try to port the Long Dark 1 experience into Black Frost without making changes specifically for that balance
If I can
purpose,
drop any of this gear.
for balancing against multiple people. Okay, what are we carrying that's so heavy right now? I guess we have all of these. Yeah, we have a bunch of pelts and guts that we do not need. Now, cured back black bear hide. What can we make with a black bear hide? We can make a bearskin coat, but perhaps more importantly, I don't want the bearskin coat. It is very good. It's very warm. So 6 degrees Celsius, 5 degrees Celsius versus the wolf skin is 4 and 4. And the bearskin coat also has good defense, but it's very heavy and reduces the sprint even more. It's also very water resistant. That's good. But not handsome enough to tempt me. You've always wondered why we find certain animals cute. It's very confusing. Yeah? Yeah, it could be some... I don't know if it's evolutionary mostly or learned mostly. It might be learned mostly. But at the same time, it's kind of a chicken and egg situation because... do we find some animals cute because they're cute? Or in the case of things like dogs and puppies and cats and kittens, have we, over time, led them to sort of breed to the point where we bred them this way because we bred the cute into them? And I don't know which one is which. Okay, 4 cured hides and guts. Where can we put those? I suppose we can put those over here. Out of the way. The black bear hide is going to be good for repairing our nice 69% bearskin bedroll. Because the bearskin bedroll does actually reduce in condition a lot faster than I would expect it to. But it's also very strong. Drop all the pelts. And the only reason I kept things like the stump remover, dusting sulfur, or anything around up here, and even the heavy hammer, is on the off chance that somewhere here there was a forge. If we end up back at the mine, I'll check the mine for a forge. And if we end up, I don't think there was one at Miner's Folly, but if we end up there as well, I'll triple check that for a forge. I don't think there is one, which means I don't think there's a forge anywhere here. Okay, so now, let's see if we can find out how to get up into this middle area. Camping in real life is annoying solely because of mosquitoes. Yes. Unequivocally, unreservedly, yes. The mosquitoes are bad. And I don't mean that in the Michael Jackson way. Suppose we can drop the woodworking tools. Huh. Now, here's the question. We have 2 options. We could head out directly and go to where that moose was. Or we could finish reading these books. I think we don't finish reading the books yet. And I think that solely because they might be useful in manipulating time later. I don't even think we'll keep the hunting rifle. Let's leave the hunting rifle here. And let's also unload it. Low cleaning skill, huh? Oh well. We can leave the hunting rifle here for now. And 5 kilograms free. 5 kilograms free. If we drop some of this charcoal, certainly we're not going to need 20 charcoals. We can drop 10 of them. That frees up some more carry weight. This many arrow shafts is still kind of light. Let's keep it on us. And bow's still okay. I don't anticipate needing a lot more spray paint, so 21% should be fine. So let's pick up some food and some water.
Might have to drop some gear.
Might not be back here for a little bit. So it's better to overdo it on food than underdo it. Okay. Why do people in Europe refuse to use ACs? I guess it's cultural. And they have a certain pride in that is maybe counterproductive. Let's first check this southern area. Finish up Bitter Marsh. If we have to hunt a wolf, then that's just going to be... Wait a second. Wait a second. I just remembered. When we hunted that bear, the arrow broke. And it broke not too far away from where the bear was. We need to go get that broken arrow before anything else. Kind of midday. I think we can do some sprinting. And on the way back, we can check up that and see what's under the waterfall. Yeah, that's a good plan. This is a good plan. But I would say it's probably a certain aspect, a certain amount of stubbornness and pride is probably the issue. Right, the bear was here. I believe we shot it from above. And it was either in this pass here or the pass to the right. I don't remember which one. We can check both. I'm thinking it was the pass to the right. Let's see. I remember hitting it next to a downed tree trunk. And there is no such tree trunk here. So it must be the other side. And why does this look like a cliff? I guess it's fine, and I think I might even already see the arrow. Was it around here? Alright, I did not see the arrow. Unless? Question mark? Maybe I shot it from... I'm sure I shot it from up there. Which means the arrow should be right here. My memory... It doesn't always work, but when it does, it works. Now let's check under that waterfall. I see, here's what we do. We check under the waterfall. Then we go back. This is one more arrowhead that's available to us. We'll make another arrow. We already have the arrow shaft crafted. And that should put us in a pretty good situation to sleep until near dawn, and then we can head south. We can head south when we wake up. I do not like how foggy it's become. Delicious water. Slurp. Yes, surely this is an intended path. Ooh, that was a lot of steep, though. How to karate chop your door? Ask what you want from Little Caesars. Well, I can't say I've got the experience with that. I'll have to leave the explanation to you, cockroach. Interesting. Okay, there's a cheeky little climb spot back here. Well, this isn't the worst detour I've ever seen. Because, to be honest, I don't actually know how else we would get up in... Well, I suppose we can go around to the right, and we never did that. Alright, let's detour over here and see what's up. More climb zones. I wasn't expecting to see so many climb spots. Delicious water. Unfortunately, it's foggy. That is quite unfortunate. Because I would like to do some charcoals here. If there's anything on the ground, it probably wouldn't have gotten surveyed from above. It's also hard to see what's ahead. Or if we're missing anything. That is not traversable. Okay. And we just went under a waterfall, but we're not wet. That's good. Okay, that looks impassable. Yeah, certainly that bit is too steep, and we can go around on the left anyway. So there's no point in even trying the right. What you got? Anything howling over this way? I don't hear so. And I also don't see anything on the ground really worth popping a charcoal over, because we've already gotten most of this area unveiled until we get to even to the north. That looks like the hard map edge, but it also looks like a way around. We'll see. We'll see. Everyone's been uploading the Angry Birds video and not getting copyright striked. Interesting. I wonder why why it's not automatically working. It seems like a large enough intellectual property that they'd be on top of that. If that is indeed the case. But at the same time, maybe they're just waiting to get enough people that they can all do they can zap everyone at once. Alright, where does this actually lead? Some kind of cheeky little path on the side here. And it keeps going. Surely this isn't just a dead end, right? But it's seeming a lot like it. That's not climbable, unless... Can we cheese it? Yes. But this doesn't feel intended. This doesn't feel intended? That looks like a one-way. And I don't remember seeing anything around on that edge that would be worth the trouble. So let's head back instead of accidentally zoning ourselves onto a cliff that we have to leap off of again. Actually, that Angry Birds thing is making me think, first they're mining a bunch of mobile game IPs for garbage films. And now they're mining a bunch of Reddit copy pastas for garbage films. Although I suppose the Backrooms was good, is what people say. Did I hear a baleful awoo far away up ahead? I might have. Let's be a little bit careful here. Why did the first person to discover milk do it to the cow? That reminds me of a comic. An old newspaper comic. Old for you, anyway. And perhaps I better not even mention it. But yeah. I would imagine that the situation arose, one, because, every once in a while, someone is just going to be freaky like that. But two, obviously there's sort of the instinct of the mother to nurse her baby. And anyone who is near cows, or, that kind of beast of burden, will have probably grown up seeing cows drink from udders, like baby cows drink from their mother's udders. And so I don't think it's a very far leap to try drinking it yourself as a human. but it's certainly not a foregone conclusion, because I believe that naturally, at least without like a specific genetic mutation, I believe humans are lactose intolerant. And I think the lactose tolerance gene is really only common in Europe. I think it's less common in Africa and Asia. I really don't like how this fog is reducing my visibility here. It's really slowing down this exploration. I've seen worse, but this is pretty bad. And that looks like the light shader messing up and showing us there's a cave there. So let's go. An empty cave, my favorite kind. Now, if the weather was better, I'd pop a charcoal to put this on the map, but it's not better. Why is this enterable?
Too heavy.
And that is dark. So. Do we start a fire and pull torches? Or do we hope the cave is small enough that we can just use the one torch we have? How much firewood do we have? A bunch of sticks. I think... I don't really see any scrub on the ground here to burn. I think we start a fire out here and we pull some torches. With a wood match. 99% sure that being vegan destroys your body. Whose idea was it that going vegan was the better option? Well, probably some hippie back in the 60s was like, man, it's like kind of sad and stuff when you eat an animal, because the animal just wants to live, man. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's exactly what happened. And of course, you know, they probably didn't have a healthy enough nutrition to actually know whether or not something was good for them. So they probably didn't realize that they needed to be very careful to get nutrients in their body.
Drop something.
Until much later. How do they explain predators? Well, predators, man, they're just like doing their thing and oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. I was kind of afraid that would happen. I wonder. I don't actually remember if we had a storm lantern somewhere else. But certainly it's too far away to be worth the trouble. So, that's very unfortunate. So we walk through.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
And I suppose we just light up another one of these one of these torches. Kind of a waste. And that was just straight up ruined, was it? Sort of unfortunate. Alright, well I guess there's some coal, so it's not the end of the world. How wet are we? We are extremely wet, so we can't go outside without warming up first. A lot of firewood. And a hatchet. A completely superfluous, unnecessary hatchet. Let's check all these nooks first. Alright, checked. Now, whatever... The fact that this goes up so aggressively is really suggestive that this is not going to be a trivial cave. So I'm somewhat worried. If it has another exit up here, yeah, that complicates things. Yes, this keeps going, doesn't it? Well, that's not nice. This is not a nice thing for this cave to do. You were supposed to be straightforward. And you couldn't do that properly. New torch. They addressed this slightly 3D... Oh, they added this slightly 3D embarrassed emoji you just found. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. And I wonder how often they add or remove or change these emojis. It feels like once you get them down the first time, you shouldn't need to do any changes. Alright, this is a dead end. This must be a dead end, right? Yeah.
Someone's stash.
You wouldn't leave a backpack anywhere other than a dead end. Did I hear something? No, I don't think so. At least I'm going to choose to say that I didn't hear anything. And this is a big room with a deer. Why you gotta have a climbing rope, bro? Why do you have to be so rude as to have a climbing rope? Well, that's just unfortunate.
Heavy to carry.
How much food do you have? We have plenty of food right now, but it's good to know that there's a little bit of deer here. Now, that climbing rope really is the only way up, huh? Well. Well, I suppose that's substantially less than ideal. Let's eat what we can, drink what we can, and see how close that brings us. Not very close. We are carrying a bunch of wood that we can drop, but I don't know if we're carrying 10 kilograms of wood. Where's that rope? There's the rope. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Just gonna have to suck it up, I think. That'll do. And wood, right. Yeah, that is really not close enough, huh? Even if we drop all of this... I wonder if we'll be coming back this way. 253% hatchets. Guess it doesn't matter which one gets dropped. Lantern fuel. What can we ditch? There's really not a lot I would like to drop. I suppose we can drop a little bit of water down here. It's easy enough to make. And let's head up. We're about to lose. We're about to sprain again. Yep, there it is. And here we go. Okay, so if we come back, we're going to have to drop more. But for now, let's be quick. See if we can find either... There's an exit. Why does there have to be an exit? Why does there have to... Why, oh why? Why me? Don't tell me that's a second. No, this is just a way around this ledge. And the ledge has a wolf for some reason. Okay, well, that's not a lot of food there. I wouldn't want to drop down there. I would not want to jump down. Alright, so let's see where this exits to. If we're lucky, maybe it's another way up to the upper reaches by the cave. If we're unlucky, it will be a one-way trip up there. but who's to know? Get me out of here. And please don't be foggy. Oh, come on, man. Why do you have to be like that? Alright, now where does this go? We're back into precarious upper territory here. Interesting. Oh, hold on. Do I remember this bridge? With the two directions and the one that I thought was a dead end? I think I do. Oh, I definitely do. Come on now. So, we are probably somewhere around here. I guess let's try to head back to Miner's Folly and see if there's a storm lantern there. I feel like I left a storm lantern over there. Don't need that. What is the most movie ever? I'd say Scary Movie is the most movie ever. How did I miss that cave? I do not know. Yeah, Scary Movie was one of, if not the first, movies. Okay. Actually, we're quite close to Miner's Folly. If it weren't for this possible bear location... Take this firewood. This possible bear cave, I'd be a little bit more comfortable coming back this way. It's actually not the worst shortcut I've ever found. There's plenty of food and water up here, I think. Worst case scenario, there's a bear sharking around. Best case scenario, there's a moose back. Oh. Oh no, those are bear tracks. And that is a bear. And that bear just turned around, didn't he? Come on, buddy. Why you gotta be like that? Well, that kind of puts a damper in this plan. Diddly. Yeah, so the cave is like up here and it leads over there. That's kind of inconvenient. That's actually really inconvenient. The only upside being, I think the fog is starting to lift. Let's head back. Yeah, let's head back and not mess with that bear. If the fog lifts, we can start charcoaling, we can head back through the cave. If it lifts a lot and turns sunny, that's even better. If not, I guess we're just going to have to burn one more match. Actually, maybe we even just... Yeah, maybe we even just loiter outside this cave and try to wake up in the morning, roll better weather. Or wake up in the middle of the night, roll an aurora. Actually, the aurora won't really help. That would really only be for doing a charcoal for the cave. We still need to get through the cave. Why did that bear have to be there? I suppose because we hunted the moose. Unless, I'm trying to remember, did we pick up any storm lanterns and leave them on the way to the mine? Not that I recall. I think we brought them either all to the mine. I know we left a storm lantern at the entrance. Or we brought them back to Miner's Folly. Either way, not accessible from here. I swear I came across this way when we first went up to the mine. How did I miss this cave entrance? I have no clue. Okay, well now that's on the map. We are pretty close, but not quite there to being able to go down that rope. We need to sleep. We'll sleep. That'll give us basically, between the sleeping and eating, we should be able to go down that rope without dropping anything. But only after napping until sometime. Come on, give me the pixel. There. Let's hydrate. Delicious. Rehydrate. Recalorize. There we go. And actually, what time is it? It is midnight. Which means there's really nothing outside that can help us. And if there's really nothing outside that can help us, then we ought to just light this torch. It breaks my heart. My achy breaky heart. But we gotta go quick. You know, come to think of it, this cave and this mountaineering rope are actually the most... what did we drop? We dropped a bunch of fire stuff. Might as well keep it with. Not much of a point in leaving it behind here. This cave is pretty much the most convenient way into the upper regions in the north, because there's only one extremely short mountaineering rope as opposed to two long ones in every other way I know how to get up here. So it's actually not a bad thing to remember. Oh, but there's... I forgot about that waterfall that you have to walk through. That is extremely inconvenient. I completely forgot about that waterfall. So I guess you gotta pay one way or the other. Are we even dry yet? I guess we're mostly dry. Well, you gotta pay the tax one way or another. Let's see if we can stumble our way the rest of the way through. I'll go forward for a while under the waterfall. And we'll just kind of walk back and forth. And eventually, I think it's somewhere to the left. We should be able to see the exit. I can really only tell that I'm still walking.
Can't feel my feet.
Listening for my footsteps. Yeah, no, this is not going to work, especially because I think it's nighttime outside. All right, so there is... Oh. Dang, I got stuck. There is an aspect of utility for this pass, but it's not good. It's not very good at all. I would much rather pay the fatigue, especially because getting food is not hard. All right, let's get out of here. We'll start a fire.
Is getting kind of heavy.
Oh. We will start a fire right here with the torch. And in that way we save a match. All right, very good.
Come on.
It is just about midnight, huh? Hmm. I'm adding this firewood. Normally I would just go to sleep, but I'm not confident that I would dry off completely. We are completely wet right now. I'm not confident that I would dry off completely if we just slept out here. And I also don't see very much firewood down here at all. I guess there are these scrub brushes. Only 18 minutes to get 12 sticks? I'm okay with that. Alright, good. What's the water situation? Yeah, mostly wet. Mostly completely wet. Alright. Drinkable water, we're fine. Food, we're fine. Burn time, we're fine. Ability to sleep until dawn, we are not fine. But that is why, like I said before, we keep these books. Let's do a 3-hour read. The fire, I think, shouldn't go out. Wow, that's a lot more burn time on the fire than I was expecting to be there. Broken arrow. We'll harvest the arrow for a little bit of weight. And now, mostly dry. I think we can sleep for 3 hours. And that should put us pretty good on the dawn side of things. Fingers crossed for good weather. So we can put this cave on the map. Oh, come on now. Well, I guess there's always the book to read. No cooking pots. Did I leave the cooking pots back at the cabin? I must have, right? Okay, well that's good to remember, because I don't want to lose those cooking pots. We still have 2 liters of water. That's okay. 2 hours of reading. This fire is lasting. This is like a miracle fire. It was only supposed to last 3 or 4 hours and it lasted like 8. Okay, so that goes up there, that goes up there. This looks like there might be some kind of a road thing going on. Let's find out. But first, let's wait for this to burn out and take the charcoal. Yeah, 9 hours. I didn't think I put anywhere near that amount of firewood in. Is this a dead end? I feel like this is where we came from. How could it be a dead end? It is what it is. I suppose we didn't come from there. I want to go back to the pond, just to make sure we didn't miss anything over there. And let's get a little bit of this food eaten. We're still under 10 kilograms over our carry weight. So we're still okay on that front. We should be walking pretty decently fast. Is this where we went up? Or where we came down? Well, I don't know if it was, but it works. Yeah, let's just check, see if there's anything interesting by this waterfall. I believe, if I am correct orientationally, especially with those crows up there, I believe this waterfall is the one that is right by the mine. And I also believe that there's nothing behind it. Right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. Okay. So let's keep heading. I think we're heading around here and maybe under Miner's Folly. Maybe we'll end up above Narrow Falls Cave. I think that's probably the current goal. See if we can get ourselves above that area. Unless This is looking suspiciously like it's a dead end. And maybe the only thing worth coming to up here is that cave. It wouldn't come as a complete surprise. Especially because... So we'd be going kind of up in this area. Unless we can find some cheeky way down, I don't think there's a way up under there. Okay. I think I am content to say that this upper region has been sufficiently explored. I don't think there's anything else to the north here, despite what this little shadow might say. Or this little anti-unshadow might say. Yeah, I believe that the stuff to the right here is just a red herring, that there's nothing that direction. Because I remember this area to the right, to the east, is a hard boundary. All this is hard boundary. And there's nothing to the right here to get over in this area. Alright, I think the last thing to find is the moose area here. This Midlands meadow. When you generally have to brush your teeth with a canker sore, so you evolve into a creature. This, I don't know what kind of edibles you're on, but you do you, man. You do you. And I also don't see any climbing ropes up here. So I am pretty sure, I'm pretty confident that up there is just inaccessible. These edibles ain't ish. You evolve into multiple creatures that merge into each other. Oh, who's the YouTube artist that makes the Fever Dream cat Cronenberg things? Oh, who is that? Oh, I'm gonna be annoyed until I remember the name of that artist. Syriac, that's the one. That's what your previous post made me think of. And I also think it's hilarious that Syriac did a collab with Run the Jewels a few years back for their Meow the Jewels album. Yeah, I don't think there's anything over there worth looking at. So let's head back to the house. We'll head back to the house, we'll hit the Bitter Marsh. And then we'll head back to the house again if Bitter Marsh doesn't have a way up to the middle area. And we will go around and finally push that moose out of the middle area. And we can sprint while we do it too. It's midday. Yeah, I think we should be fine to get down to the Bitter Marsh. The Batar. Cute little marshmallows. Now, did I go down the wrong spot? I think I did. I think we want to be over on the right here. Kind of unfortunate. Alright, here we go. One step after another. One step at a time. Oh, of course, because I had forgotten that there was this little cave we go in. Ka-chunk. And ka-chunk. And the final ka-chunk. The last ka-chunk. The last of the ka-chunkins. Starring Mel Gibson. Can we please go up this geometry? Yes. A little bit janky sometimes. A little bit janky. How it feels going on the internet only to see people arguing over retarded things while half the jokes you see are either mimetic warfare or an ad. While you decomposinuently rot behind a Zaxby's. I mean, I'm with you on the first half of that. And what could this be? How could we...
That'll come in handy.
Why is there a ruined tomato soup and a painkiller? Oh, because there's, for some reason, a hobo fire barrel right here. Well, that's mysterious. Why would that be here? Who knows? Who knows? I won't question it. Alright, but where's the house? There's the house. I don't think this counts as sunny yet. But I kind of want to poke over... Let's see. We just went up here to the left. Oh. Oh, that's an awoo, and that's not very far away. And that... Are you gray or are you black? I think you're black. Okay, this is fine. We don't need another wolf meat. So let's just go inside and let this dude do his thing. At the same time... I kind of want to go that way. I think it's this guy's unlucky day. It is his very unlucky day. I don't know if you remember, but a while ago, South Park ran one of the first seasons they did that was serial, in the sense that it wasn't just a bunch of one-off episodes, it was kind of an overarching story. But it was all about how things were just getting ridiculous, how everything was an ad. And pop. Oh, Jesus. Only sending their strongest soldiers. Alright, and a sprained ankle, huh? I guess a sprained ankle is better than a bunch of damage on our clothing. Well, we're gonna have to find that arrow sometime. But for now... we unspraying the ankle. Okay. Pain we can deal with. Especially because we can maybe even take a nap soon. Now, if we're just going up this little bit... I guess we don't have to be carrying all this water and food. We also have all this firewood to drop. Ooh, so many sticks. I'm so confident that we're not going to run into a pack of timberwolves. I'm dropping all the sticks. So let's go find Buddy. If there's anything interesting, we'll charcoal it on the map. But most importantly, let's find that arrow. Alright, do you hear any whimpering? Because I don't. How far could this place go? Or, but... I thought I already shot you with an arrow. Oh, I shot you with an arrow. You didn't tell me you had a friend. Or did I? Where's my arrow? Okay, definitely shot you with an arrow. Perhaps the arrow broke and it didn't stick into him? Well, let's do it again. And please let us go around here. Okay, looking good. When Bro's drunk dad starts beating him again. Oh no. But he's high-key been rage-eating or rage-baiting you for the last 2 hours, so instead of calling the cops like usual, you side with the dad and start giving him elite comms. Yeah. I don't know if you're a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fan, but Season 4 in Italy had something like that. You have returned. Gecko, welcome back. We're having Cockroach give us his fever dreams. Alright, now hold on, let's think. I just heard an awoo in that direction. Alright, well we lost the wolf over there. Let's see if we can find that arrow. We were rudely assaulted by a wolf, and it didn't have the arrow stuck in him, so I think it broke over here. Yeah, okay, here it is.
I think I can use this.
Well, let's put a pin in this. We've crafted a whole bunch of arrows, and this is just one more to craft. We're actually holding something like 18 more arrow shafts, and we've got plenty of feathers. What we just did, we went this way down the river. There's a sneaky spot behind this waterfall that we went up. And to my knowledge, this upper waterfall area really only leads to this cave. And this cave is a shortcut to the upper zones. The upside of going to the upper plateaus in this cave is it only has a single, very short mountaineering rope. So it costs almost no fatigue to go up and down. Also, conveniently, it's very close, the exit to that cave is very close to Miner's Folly, where we have a base. Two extremely huge downsides. First downside, to enter that cave, you need to go through a waterfall. There's a waterfall at the entrance of the low side of the cave. Immediately purges any torches, makes you wet, makes you cold. I don't like it. Downside number 2. If you have hunted the defensive moose at Miner's Folly, there is now a bear right here in this cave that is between Miner's Folly and the shortcut. So unless you feel like hunting a bear, not a good shortcut anymore. So we came back down, went back down through the waterfall, back down here, and now this bit here in the middle, because this cave was kind of a low ground and there was a cliff. There was a cliff that kept you from continuing to the east. I don't have high hopes, but I think that maybe going north of this middle path is a way to get up to that middle area. But I don't think so, because going up that, to get above that waterfall, that's already pretty high. And I don't see anything in this direction that looks like it'll get us that high. I'm suspecting a dead end, but there's also a wolf over here. We have 1 scent mark. We're probably getting close enough to the wolf that it will hunt us. Yep. So let's bring Buddy a little bit closer to the angler's den. And put him, we'll just give him a nice little nap time. A dirt nap time. As long as he doesn't lose us in these trees. Okay, it looks like he's actually coming this time. Perceive and encounter otherworldly beings. A sanity mask, I suppose. Alright, come on, bud. Let's hopefully... Pop. I missed. Time for a fun walk. I wonder where we'll go. Yeah, it's kind of like... The stalking distance is kind of like a leash, right? We go on a nice little walk and then we have nap time. Nothing else nefarious is happening. Unless our pathing gets confused, in which case we run away. Alright, come on. I suppose this is... Bruh. Bruh. I mean, if he's just gonna run away, we might as well go around, right? It's still somewhat mysterious to me when a wolf decides to dive you and when it decides to run away. I don't yet understand. Pro players call ignoring the wolf stalking you walking the dog. I can't think of a better way to put it. And actually, in the past couple of streams, I think it's the first time I really realized that as long as you're not super slow, you really can just ignore it. As long as you don't get cornered at the end of the day. Okay, now, are we a dead end? Or do we have a cheeky little way to get up higher in altitude? Now, that looks a hell of a lot like a dead end to me. But who knows? Maybe there's something. I don't even see a single climbing rock up there. Are you wearing a wolf? I'm wearing a wolf coat. Not a bear coat, just a wolf coat. Just to go home and kiss their parents goodnight and wake up to find more fun enjoying everything they do. Well, I mean, there is everything. Oh, there's a dude here. What you got? Well, he had a Samsung Galaxy S5. So kind of old, and it didn't even have Flappy Bird. Yeah, everything is nice with a good... Oh, who hides this backpack up here? Can I also please not break an ankle trying to get it? There we go. Seriously? There we go. Okay. This is the most hidden backpack I've ever seen, and it just had a spray can. If this was Morrowind, that would have been something like a Daedric bow. Something nice. But oh well. I suppose I can't be a chooser. And as far as scaring wolves away is concerned, I do remember choosing to make a wolfskin coat because it said something about, you know, remind wolves that they should keep their distance. And I also liked the, where is it? The bearskin bedroll. Because this says, the smell might scare animals away. I suspect that maybe that means that an animal won't try to bite you while you're sleeping, give you a little nibble. But I don't know for sure. You know, wolf coats can scare wolves away. Otherwise, if you have no status, not over-encumbered, not smelling, no injuries, you can just charge at a wolf, and it runs. Huh. Like if you're running fast enough, basically fake it till you make it. Not something that I would like to try, you know, as a learning experience. Is there, actually? That's a dead end, but around to the right here. Is that another spot? Perhaps another way up. Or is that also just dead end? It looks like it might be another way. Was that a... I think that was just a tree branch I saw. Okay, where's Buddy? Charging also might only work if you have a torch out. Good to know. I suppose there's a bunch of little aspects that all line up. Like how long ago was the wolf last routed? What you're carrying, what you're wearing, that stuff. It makes sense. Okay, just some sticks that we do not need. Well. Alright, so there's really no way up to the north here. Game's so complex, it's insane. Well, if there's just a bunch of different little switches you can put into a formula, why not? Why not put them in? I suppose the balancing aspect would be the hard part. Okay, let's see. Here is Buddy. First Buddy. Where is second Buddy? Is that him? No. buddy. I really don't want to be... I hear you, punk. Pop. I missed. You gotta be kidding me. Every time. I'm kind of worried where exactly that arrow would have stuck. I'm hoping it flew all the way over here. But I don't think I'm so lucky. I think it might have stuck on a tree. You know what? I failed the 3 rules of gun safety again. Hello, punk. Pop. There we go. I did not know my target and what's behind it. Okay, before I forget. Oh no! No! Well. If I didn't just make about 10 arrows, I'd be much more upset about that. But I'm still kind of upset about that. Is there a stone I can pick up to try to throw at it? Surely there's a rock around here somewhere. Surely, I'm sure I saw some rocks. Maybe down by the waterfall. Come on, how am I going to hunt a rabbit if you don't give me any rocks? I didn't miss any, did I? I doubt that it will work this way, but I kind of want to... Oh, you know what I can try and do? What if we try to make a fire-hardened arrow and shoot it with that? If I can't find any rocks, I'll try that. I think I might have a fire-hardened arrow. But how can there be a forest without any stones on the ground? Really nothing. Not even here? Alright, well, this is fine for now. Let's go harvest those 2 guys and bring the meat back to the cabin. And actually, I think I have 1 fire-hardened arrow. I do. Okay, which tree was this up? I think it was over here, right? There. Alright. First try. Oh, that didn't work. And I don't even know where that arrow went. I'm not feeling very good about hitting that with a rock. I don't think that would do anything to the physics to make it fall down. Let's just say we're leaving that arrow there to remind any wolves that come back in this region not to mess with us. Remember what happened to your buddy.
Too much stuff to carry.
Alright, it's never too much stuff to carry. What? What? I'm not even going to question it. I'm not even going to pretend to understand. Alright, where's our buddy? I think if we follow our footsteps. Question mark? There he is. And more meat. Okay, so actually, this is quite nice. We have almost lined up our fatigue to wake up in the morning.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
We're just gonna pretend I planned that. I planned it the whole time. There's 2 more places I want to search. But first we eat. Then we drink. Then we be merry.
Need a drink.
Need a drink, he says while chugging from a water bottle. Okay, so there is one part of the Bitter Marsh that's down to the south of here that we haven't charcoaled on account of there were always wolves there. It is possible, improbable, but possible, that this area in the Bitter Marsh will eventually lead to somewhere that lets us get up here in the middle plateau. We need to charcoal the Bitter Marsh here, maybe check out this dead end, and probably go up this ravine. I think the ravine ends at this climbing zone. We can go up the climbing zone, down this area here, and there's a path across to the middle ravine. I think that's the next plan for tomorrow. You know that video of a news lady describing the absolute havoc of her kids playing badminton in the garden? Where she goes on the rant and eventually one of the shuttlecocks ends up in a tree and absolute cat. No, I don't think I've ever had the experience. If I could, if I knew how, I would make a, like a furniture ramp that goes up into the sky. Okay, we are sleepy. Can we sneak in a very quick, very cheeky magnifying glass fire? No. So I think we just go inside and sleep. Well, first let's drop the raw meat. Somewhere. Here. All this meat. Delicious. But it is a dilemma. It's a very painful dilemma. We can actually probably make 2 arrows. We have 2 arrowheads? Where did we get 2 arrowheads from? I thought we only had 1. Oh well, it's fine. We might not be able to even make one of these. Because it's probably going to get pretty dark.
Have a little sleep.
And we couldn't. Let's find the bed. Where's the bed? Table. Bench. Right? Bed. Cardboard box. Table. Bear hide. Where's the bed? Shelf. Okay, I'm completely lost now. Workbench is like over here. Bed should be to the right, shouldn't it? No, workbench is here. Drawer, bed. Good. Finally. I think my nemesis in this game is probably dark interiors. Okay, the video is called Mary Carrillo's Badminton Rant, Athens 2004. One of the best pieces of Olympic reporting. I'll definitely look it up later. It sounds extremely silly. It sounds like one of those once in a year things that you see get caught on film. Okay. So, what is our current situation? Let's first remake that arrow. Because I'll be sad if I don't. Alright, very good. We've got this floating set of woodworking tools. Low quality rifle, we can leave that. Cured black, all this stuff cured, huh? Fresh black bear hide. Where's our, here. Bearskin bedroll. We can fix that when we come back. We definitely, one thing we do not need to be carrying is 2 hatchets. The gecko you're refers to, not an actual gecko, but a man in a tacky suit. You think you'd be able to handle edibles? I don't know, man. I do not know. Can we drop anything else? I suppose we can drop these whetstones. Surely I won't regret this. And 16 charcoals is a little bit excessive. But it's sunny. We'll start a fire. Magnifique. Can he handle 205 teaspoons of caffeine? Probably not. Okay.
All right.
Current goal. Boil water. And an hour and 30 should be enough to do 4 liters. We'll take a couple liters from here. We will leave those 4 to be boiled. And we can get maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 kilograms of meat. 5 kilograms of meat, and in addition, we'll drop some of these charcoals. We don't need... 8 charcoals should be more than enough for the rest of this. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe we'll have 10, just in case. Okay, these have an hour, probably an hour. Certainly they won't boil off. Too early. Alright, let's head south. Yeah, in the Mojave, there's probably a lot more hard substances that can be used, like Psycho or Buff Out, that will mess you up much more. Let's see, I believe we already checked in this direction. Yeah, we already checked over here and it went to Narrow Falls Cave, and that's a dead end. Oh no, it's Zalgo. When still he is. Let's try to be a little quick. We might have a couple more wolves to fight down here. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. And with 2 scent marks, you know what? I forgot to drop... No wonder we're still heavy. I forgot to drop the pelt in the gut. Oh well, it's probably fine. I'll drop those at the fishing hole. It's not like we're desperate for cured wolf hide anyway. Yeah, I mean, this is the nice kind of weather I can really get behind. We checked those crows before. I think we got a packet of chips out of it. Every time you think too much about the food situation in the long dark, you get stuck on the idea that the survivor would probably kill for some regular fresh veggies. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, definitely. And can you imagine how bad your digestion would be eating so much protein and hardly any carbohydrates? Let's just say the poops would be stinky. And that's and that's not even you know, an overstatement. But that's a good point. What would be a good source of alternate food? Fish, certainly. I think fish would definitely be a very good source that is not land-based meat. And if it really is true that the marshmallow stalks can have calories, that might be a good way to get fiber. What else would be a good way to get fiber, though? It would have to be some kind of edible plant that you would find, like an edible grass or a grain or something. But really, how much of that could grow up here? There must be a way. There must be a way to find some kind of edible grain of some sort. Because, you know, like the Inuit people living in Alaska or the northern tundra must be They must have had some way to get better nutrition. Maybe seasonal berries? Dried berries? Like the rose hips? Okay, he found us already, huh? Oh, you're closer than I thought you were. Yeah, tea plant sort of looks like you could bite into it. I think maybe buds, like plant buds, would be a very good source of things. Now, of course, how rare those are is an open question. Okay. Well, this is probably fine. If we flub the arrow shot, we can run inside. But for now, let's force this fight. Come on. Trying to juke here, huh? Pop. Right in the noggin. It's another eunuch wolf. Alright, now, let's get the arrow. I don't think we need to harvest this guy quite so quickly. We can drop these. Yeah, they're not curing, but that's still fine. Let's head over here. Almost certainly going to have to fight this guy. Anthropomorphic polar bear hybrids. They plain all jolly and giggity. Not knowing our species just intoxicated their food with full valley dishes from the line between space and time. Ooh. If I didn't read that, I don't think I ever would have seen that little hidden backpack. You can eat acorns not raw. So according to the game, they do have nutritional value. Where's Buddy? There's Buddy. Alright, let's bring him back here. Yeah, acorns would be another good thing. I don't know how many of those you could find. Come on. Let's go. Bro. Bro, what is that pathing? I guess it couldn't step down this little bit here. Interesting. Well, let's get this backpack before he comes back, hey? Oh, come on now. And you're already... Buddy. Yeah, get out of here. Pop. Right in the bohunkus. Well, I guess we'll chase him down eventually. On the plus side, it's great weather for charcoal. Okay, that was nice. That way is... Yeah, this way is the waterfall. So let's head this way some. Buddy, didn't I already shoot you? Or are you another one? I probably should have done that here. Another eunuch wolf. Come on. There were 4? Wait, already... Another eunuch wolf. I thought eunuch wolves were supposed to be rare mythological creatures, but apparently they just come out of the woodwork. Although acorns are filed in your mind as one of the post-World War II foods, so you'd feel weird eating them? Huh. Yeah, that is true. Lobster used to be considered like a trash food that only poor people would eat. But how the turns table. How the turns table. I guess possibly because of its similarity to sort of crawfish, which were, you know, something that you would just grab out of the river. We do need to find Buddy with the arrow in him, though. He probably ran off under this bridge. We'll pop this char here, and that should give us this little bit. And pop. Oh, are you talking about Toy Story, Sid and Andy? It's probably because that's what he's supposed to be. Does post-World War II food make any sense to you? I mean, one of the foods that people would eat right after the war when everyone had jack shit and was low-key starving. Well, first off, here's our buddy over in the corner of the screen. And second off, I'm going to say no, it doesn't make sense to me. And the reason I say that is because if there was any aspect of starving post-World War II, I think it was probably just the tail end of the Great Depression still lingering around. I think anything starving or scrounging-wise is probably a pre-World War II Great Depression food in my mind. Because very, very soon after World War II ended, because we were the only industrialized nation that didn't get its shit packed in, really we were quite rich quite soon. Especially after the Dust Bowl ended, there was definitely not a lot of starvation going on. Shattered Cove. Probably a waste to pop a char down here. But at the very least, we can start heading up this super thin ravine that I saw a long time ago. How are we on food? Oh, we're really good on food, actually. Food, water, and carry weight. To the point where maybe we can one-shot this. At the very least, I would say any of those sort of scrappy foods that people were eating at the tail end of World War II before the industry really ramped up, and of course here's a stone when we don't need it. Any of those really scrappy foods are probably memories or were learned during the Great Depression. Because people were much more living off the land then. Crack your beautiful wah wah. Yeah, we'll, if we don't hear from you in 2 days, we'll send a search party. Now, is this anything worth going up? I don't think so. Yeah, no, there's nothing up here. We will send a search party if we don't hear from you. Okay, this is a very, very thin ravine. With a bunch of sticks and okay. I was gonna say I wasn't expecting this to be a dead end, but I think we can sneak past this. Unless? I guess I just got stuck on a pixel. Is there a way up there? There must be a way up into this, right? Because certainly that's the way to go. Unless it keeps going underneath. I suppose this will do as well. This will do, pig, this will do. Okay, this looks like the way. This looks like the intended path. Ooh, birch saps. A couple of days you had a discussion about which of the food and drinks you can make and find in the long dark you'd be most likely to try IRL. My opinion, and this is definitely a cop-out, is the ketchup-flavored potato chips. My understanding is that ketchup-flavored potato chips are a very much Canada-focused / Canada-only thing. But I've heard good things about them. I've definitely heard good things. This is looking suspiciously like more dead end. Where? No, we can still sneak through underneath. Okay. Oh, no pre-made stuff, that's cheating? Well, you should have been more specific. But let's see, otherwise... And I feel like this is... Actually, no. I would seriously try birch bark tea. I don't know if I would try ground acorn tea, but I would definitely try birch bark tea. I don't know if it's just for the taste, or if there's, is this a cave? It is a cave. Or if there's any kind of invigorating aspects, because I believe in the game, birch bark tea gives you some health back or something. Okay, so we got the cave. Is there anything good? Certainly I'll never be back here, so we can hoover up anything we'd like. No, this is just empty AF. But yeah, I wonder if birch bark has any medicinal properties. Maybe like an anti-inflammatory or something. Because how else could you give the excuse of some sort of healing aspect in the game? I don't know. But actually, what's occurring to me now is that there are at least 3, and maybe even 4, loose mountaineering ropes in this region. And I haven't had to use any of them to pick up or replace them or move them around. And that's kind of depressing, because there's 2 mountain ropes that I've been lugging around since it seems like the beginning of the game, just in case I'd need them to go down somewhere that didn't already have a rope applied to it. But everywhere, almost everywhere, has already had a rope applied to it. Apparently birch bark teas are great for your kidneys. So what you're saying is, what I should do is dump a bunch of Everclear into the birch bark tea to make it be a wash, health-wise. Okay, that's a way up. That is actually kind of a very long-looking rope. Let's see if there's anything else along this way before we go up. I don't know if I can vouch for the taste, because I have absolutely no reason to think it would taste good, but I would try it at least. Is that a cave over here? Yeah, I can just... I'm developing a nose for the terrain that is outside a cave entrance. Oh. Oh, this is where the bear came from. Now...
Too heavy.
Here's the real question. I guess we don't actually need more firewood. I will take some charcoals, some coals. Here's the real question. Is this bear alive or is it dead? If it's alive, I don't want to stay here. But if it's dead, if this is the bear we hunted, and there is somehow, somewhere or another, some cheeky little spot that we can walk down to the lower area over in this direction. Because I'm trying to think. This is the only bear cave that I've... No, 2 bear caves. There's this bear cave here. Papa Char. Hope we don't hear any pitter-patters. I think we're good. Actually, I don't think this is the same cave. But we'll put a little bit of a danger mark here, shall we? The only bear that I've seen anywhere in the south of the map is a bear that was around this area. And that's the one we hunted, that's the one we harvested. So, does that mean that somewhere under the runaway bridge, I suppose we are still walkable with regard to the Bitter Marsh and all that area? It seems like a bunch of these locations are tiered. They're tiered and all separated by how many mountaineering ropes do you have to climb up to get to them. And that is... What the hell? I mean, I get it, but why? 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 Okay, so this must be walkable. Yeah, it probably leads to a shorter cut to the anglers. Actually, you know what? This climbing rope. No, it was this climbing rope. This is the one we wanted to go up to go around to get to this middle area. let's pop back to the Angler's Den. We'll pop back there. We'll sleep, probably till around midnight. We'll drop all this firewood that we don't need to be carrying. And here's a dude. And I guess he fell off the bridge, huh? What you got? Nothing. Yeah, the first place I saw the bear, it was coming out of this direction. And that's why I ran away. Alright, I think we should be able to head really easily back to the Angler's Den. Get our fatigue back, because that did look like it's a very, very tall rope to climb. Then we'll climb up the rope. We will go across that branch into the middle plateau where the moose is. And we'll see if we can either get around the moose somehow or something. Or maybe the moose has moved locations, because there's definitely at least 2 moose locations. There's the middle plateau and there's up north by the bear cave. We hunted the one up north by the bear cave. I suppose it came back down here when it respawned. But I have seen mooses teleport between locations. Maybe that will have happened. If it did, all the better. If it didn't, well, we'll deal with that when we get to it. But it's sunny. We'll pick up, hopefully, the water that didn't boil off. Nice. We'll start a new... First, take a char. Then we'll start a new fire with the magnifying lens. Amazing. We'll cook the wolf meat. We'll cook water. That should bring us a little bit closer to dawn. Hopefully by the time we get up that climbing rope, it'll be light.
Turned out pretty well.
All right. Definitely running.
With this much gear.
Definitely running a little bit low. How much Shorty got on the water here, though. So we'll double duty there. And while that's going, drop all you. Okay. Very nice. We got all the time in the world for this. Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. Now we get our cook on. Oh no. Typical. Oh no, I forgot to put more shrimps on the Barbie. Boo. Really, the water was the main concern. I'm still kind of salty about that, though. Okay, well, at any rate, let's eat, drink, and this is definitely too much water to be carrying. And also drop all the firewood, which I almost forgot to do. Almost. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Certainly we don't need 5 fire strikers, but I am loath to drop any of them. Alright. This is probably okay.
I need to drop something.
We will. Wonder why we can't walk over this set of woodworking tools. I suppose it is floating in the middle of the air. And sleep as long as we can, which will probably only be 6 or 7 hours. And this light means the only thing that can be happening outside is an aurora. Actually, hold on for a second. What if we can see an aurora moose? I kind of want to go see an aurora moose right now. So we need a little bit less carry weight. And that can be the MRE. And also the chips. I guess it's jerky. Okay, here we go. So, let's see if we can find that pass again. I think it's right over there. Through the pass, up the rope. In fact, I'm kind of regretting drinking that water because I want to drink one of the coffees right before climbing that rope. We'll see. But if we're fast enough, maybe we can see an Aurora moose. We've seen Aurora wolf, we've seen Aurora bear. I've not seen Aurora rabbit. I can't imagine it would be pretty. But then we do Aurora moose. Okay. Always nice to be walking quickly. And I will say I'm being careful around these corners, just in case Mr. Winnie the Pooh has showed up again. Speaking of which, never hurts to be prepared. You know the Wallace and Gromit movie with the evil penguin? I figure an Aurora rabbit would be like the penguin. I do know the Wallace and Gromit movie. Let me see. Can I remember the name of it? Was it A Close Shave? It might have been A Close Shave. I think I also, at one point, had an old Wallace and Gromit video game. To be honest, I think we'd be lucky if Aurora rabbits were like the evil penguin. I think we'd be unlucky if they were like the terrible beast in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Because that I'd be a little bit more afraid of, for we do not have a holy hand grenade of Antioch. Yeah, here's our rope. Okay. So, we are over encumbered by 0.09. I think we can sort that out with a little bit of eating. Oh, actually that almost did it all the way. I wasn't expecting it to be anywhere near that much food. And let's drink some of this coffee. All right. On account of fatigue reduced. It's ropes like these that really make me appreciate the crampons. The crampons and the coffee. I feel like normally going up this would cost at least half the fatigue bar. But look at us go. It looks like it's going to only end up costing us about a quarter. Well, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, look at that. That is one hell of a rope, and that was a little bit less than a quarter of the fatigue bar. We're probably going to lose some more once the coffee runs out. But at least for now, that was a good trade. Okay, now, if I remember, first in this direction there are deer. Oh dear, oh dear. And eventually, we can skew off to the left and go up onto a kind of higher plateau. And over that plateau, somewhere in that direction, there's a tree branch, a tree trunk that has fallen over the ravine, and that leads to our moose. Our bath salt moose. And I'm also getting hungry IRL. Kind of thinking ahead, what should I make for dinner? I'm thinking probably rice, mix that with stir fry to make something to put in a burrito. So we've got several options. One is some kind of freezer food. I wasn't expecting to go down this far. Do we have to go down this far? Or can we go up here on the left? I think we might have to go down and around. Yeah, I think we have to go down and around. That's fine. So currently the number one option in my mind is, like I said, I'll either make some rice, make about a cup of rice, and mix that with, I have kind of like a meal prep stir fry thing, which is potato, cabbage, and basically like a Boston butt roast pork that I chopped up into tiny little pieces. And it's good for mixing stuff with. That looks like a deer. It's either the deer or it's the bottom of a... I think it's the bottom of a tree trunk. So that's one... What the hell did I just hear? What did I just hear? Let's not go that direction, thank you very much. Oh, buddy. Hey, buddy. Are you just passing? Or can we go around? Can we please go around? Just passing. As long as we don't let him get close enough, I think he won't charge. Okay, so let's walk this rabid dog, I guess. But to continue on, basically mix that with some soy sauce and some hot sauce, maybe some spicy Tabasco sauce, and use that, put in burritos, make like a kind of ersatz burrito. Second option is peanut noodles. I love making a good peanut noodle. How do we get up here? I know there's some way to get up this plateau on the left here, but I'm not sure if I missed it yet. Let's keep going around. And usually with the peanut noodles, I'll boil an egg or 3. That can be good, because sometimes the peanut noodle is too peanutty, and you need a little bit to just cut it. And then option 3 is possibly the same thing as the rice, but with couscous. I think this is the way up. This is looking like the way up. Yeah. Okay, I think we can get around here. And certainly the crazy Aurora Wolf can't cross the branch we're about to go up. Certainly. Please, for the love of all that is holy, tell me it can't cross this branch up here. Okay, I think we go up straight here and then right. And it's not the small couscous, it's pearl couscous, so it's large. It's large like tapioca. And that would, similarly like the rice, it would go in a burrito. Yeah, here we go. We're definitely still getting chased, though. And I'm trying to think if there is a fourth option. Is there a fourth option? I suppose the freezer food is the fourth option. Where is our branch? Here's our branch. Yeah, you'd be surprised. Because I've got a pretty big walk. And so I basically just overfill that, you know, whenever I run out and just make a new batch. It's quite good. All right, come on, buddy. Are you... Oh, he was actually quite close behind us. Can he cross? Surely not. Oh God, you gotta be kidding me. Surely not. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, so much for that plan. I was hoping you wouldn't follow. Yeah, very determined. I don't hear a moose. Do you hear a moose? I don't see a moose. Do you see a moose? We might be safe up here. Rocky might have teleported to the other moose spot. Where's Buddy? Surely he'd be behind us if he was still following, right? Where is Buddy? Actually, let's check for the moose first. Because I think we've got plenty of time left in the Aurora, but I still want to check. I'm going to be kind of disappointed if there's no Aurora Moose here. Where you at, bud? Alright, we definitely did lose Buddy back there. I don't see any movement anywhere on this plateau. Perhaps underneath us? No. It can't have moved so far, could it? I think the last time I saw it was right there. Although that looks like a little bit of ominous micro-terrain. Let's see what's under there. Actually, first, let's check the tree branch again. Because where the heck is Buddy? Maybe he could only get part of the way across. My one concern is that he'll be waiting on the top of that hill, just over the lip. That is my one thing to look out for. And it's getting closer to dawn, so if we need to, we can sleep until we get light. Alright, what have we got? Where did he go? Where is he? Okay, so he saw us from really far away. Okay, so he really did cross all the way. Unless I think he's stuck right there. Okay, well, the more you know. Apparently you can lose a wolf over this tree trunk. I guess we just leave him be. Not hurting anyone. On his bath salts. Just hope we don't run into him on the way back. Alright, so we are just about here. Let's get up on the top of this hill, and we can start popping charcoals. Like it's going out of style. And pop. Show me the goods. Oh, that's quite nice. I think this is probably the cave underneath. This cave. Okay, next order of business. We head over to the right. See if we can get to that climbing spot above the bridge. Because that should fill out quite nicely. Still keeping my ears perked for a moose. Because you never know. Those stealthy and dastardly creatures. This looks like a spot. But is it just to see some stuff, or is there actually anything here? Okay, this just looks like a one-way shortcut back down to the other side. So let's not deal with that. And if we're going all the way over to the climbing spot, that's a good ways down the ravine still. Okay, here we go. Not trapped yet. Wait, hold on, did the music just change? Why did the music just change? I don't like that. I don't like when the music changes. What does that mean? Who sneaks up? Why am I trapped? I think we're... Am I trapped? Oh, is this a one-way thing that I accidentally blundered up? Oh, I may have made a mistake just now. Unless we can maybe sneak around here, but this looks sketchy. Oh, that looks very sketchy. That's certainly one way. But how far down would we have to hop if we go over here? Definitely can't sneak around here. I think we just have to kind of go down this way and hope for the best. Oh, please, please let there be a way down. Okay, this looks... I actually can't gauge how far that is, but I think it's our best bet. So, okay, not bad. That is a wolf. That is a bath salts wolf. I didn't think there were any up here. Let's see if we can stay away from him. We do have one scent mark. I thought there were no wolves on this plateau. I thought it was just the moose. Yeah, this Aurora business is much sketchier than I had signed up for. But if it's just the one wolf, I'm feeling okay. Because I think we're far enough away that he can't see us. Did I just hear a honk? Did something just honk over here? No. No, nothing honked. And that's also our climbing spot. And that is grass. Okay. If we're at the climbing spot, I don't think we pop a charcoal here. I think we go up onto that hill and pop it. And can we hop down here? Yes. Although it sounds like Mackenzie's dying on the way down, we can do it. Unfortunately, that's not walkable. Can we go around to the left without getting wolfed? Not really. Okay, this is sufficiently traversed. Let's pop one here, see how far we get. Okay, okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Let's follow this little ravine, maybe up this way, and see how close we can get to the pond. If we get close to the pond, that should be the last bit we need to clear out this dark spot. This area in the middle here looks completely inaccessible in my opinion, unless there is a... This looks like a body. Unless there is some kind of... It is a body, but it's a deer body. No arrow. Unless there's some kind of climbing spot at the pond, I think that would be the culmination of this location. And let's just hope that there's just the one wolf up here. Surely this leads somewhere, right? You couldn't have something this cheeky and not have it lead somewhere. And despite it being almost dawn, it is quite cold right now. Okay. Now, again, if this is not a vista, I don't know what is, but at the same time, I haven't found a single solitary Polaroid. I think we're right about here. In this entire region. Not a single Polaroid. Okay, there really is nothing here. Let's head back. A little bit to the interior. And try and get that middle spot. More specifically, get that middle spot without getting eaten by a wolf. Speaking of eating, We eat, we drink, we be merry. Excellent. Still 1 cent mark. These rocks would be a nice spot, I think. But they also don't look traversable. Looks too steep. Well, not necessarily. Okay. I think here. I think right here. Excellent. That is exactly what I was hoping for. I think the wolf is somewhere in this direction, so let's be careful about that. What is that? I think that's just some grass. It occurred to me how absolutely devastating getting attacked by a moose would be in this region. To the point where you could absolutely just get completely trapped. Because there's at least 3 separate areas that all require mountaineering ropes to climb up and down or traverse between them. And if a moose attacks you, it breaks your ribs because it stomps on you. And if you have broken ribs, you can't climb. I think a moose attack in this general area would be possibly fatal if you didn't have 6 days worth of food. Okay, rabbit. Rabbit means no moose, right? Means we're safe. Yeah, and this micro terrain over here, let's see what's up. First off, I don't see a climbing spot and I don't see a rope. So let's head over. It does look like a cave. It does look like some firewood outside the cave. I wonder if there's a moose in the cave. No moose in the cave. Oh, this is kind of a small cave too. Climber's Cave. Wouldn't you know it? Oh, not bad. Notebook page, a page torn from the climber's notebook. Well, that's pretty presumptive, just because you have to climb to get here, and just because it's called Climber's Cave, and just because it's a notebook page in the cave doesn't mean it came from a climber. I feel like that's somewhat prejudicial. At any rate, guiding these mainland tourist climbers isn't worth all their bitching and moaning. After we hit the high meadow, I'm going to bow out and head for that old gold mine my dad showed me. It's already a week overdue on this trip. Okay, so another hint about the mine. Once you get up to... Did we even reveal a place called High Meadow? I think we might have, but I don't remember where it is. It's probably this area. I think it's probably... Yeah, here, High Meadow. So we're in the cave here. Where is it? We haven't put it on the map, but it's around here. We have 2 climbing spots that go up to High Meadow, and that is absolutely not the shortest way to get to the cave, but whatever. Whatever. I'm not thinking about it anymore. Don't need that. Don't need the firewood. Always take the matches. Not GRE. MRE is nice. Soda's nice. Sewing kit is not necessary, but also not unwanted. Does this keep going? This is like the most interesting cave I've seen yet. Is there a way to cheese over there? I think there might be. Yes, give it to me. No, I suppose there's no real point. Because certainly, whatever that is, that wall is too steep to go up. But also certainly we can put this on the map with a charcoal and not have a moose appear in front of us, right? No moose, right? Okay, no moose. And interesting, it gave us Climber's Cave on the map, but it didn't give us a proper cave mark. Let's pop one more charcoal just to see. Huh. Well,
if I don't warm up soon.
I guess it's not the same kind of cave. So, oh, I really like this spot. Yeah, bedtime, good night, see you around. See you next time, or the proverbial next time, Gecko. I think all I'm going to do here is check the northern part of this pasture and go back to the Angler's Den. So you're not going to be missing much. In fact, you probably hit the highlights today. I'll see you around. But yeah, this is kind of cozy looking, isn't it? Screenshot. I wonder what it looks like in Heritage. Let's take a peek. With a quickness. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. And let's do one in Noir. Just to get the trifecta. Oh man, look at that. That is a lot of contrast. I do like normal though. Okay. First order business. Let's nap. Nap and hope the moose doesn't come back. Sleep 1 hour, see if it goes straight to day or if we can get a nice little dawn spot. Otherwise, we'll sleep straight through. Okay, it's not the worst, but it doesn't look so handsome as to stop me from sleeping more. Okay, I'm actually wondering, perhaps the best way to leave is actually to go through the high meadow. If we go through the high meadow, we can hit the... I guess we don't actually need to hit the Homesteader's Respite again. So let's not actually do that. No moose, right? Okay, no moose. Alright. We'll head up, check out the climbing spot. We could climb spot 1, then climb spot down 2, then climb spot down 3 to get to Anglers. That's the shortest as the crow flies. Or we could walk back around, crossover, walk back up, and climb down. And that is the shortest as the fatigue is costing. Going up to High Meadow and then down, that's a little bit much. Let's take a quick peek up north here, and then we'll head back down to that fallen tree trunk. There shouldn't be too much to see here. Actually, I think we might go as the crow flies. If there's nothing up on the north here that gets us over encumbered, let's head up the rope here, this rope. Especially because it looks like a blizzard might be coming in. And it would be nice to not get lost in that western edge with that blizzard. I could see myself missing the climb rope down to the ravine. But for now, let's just make sure there's nothing good up here that we're missing. I'm not seeing anything. Not even a single sap. Not a single sap in all the land. We'll check the top of this rock. If there's nothing, we'll leave and head back. Although that... Oh, I see. That probably... There's the high meadow. That goes up to the high meadow. That's fine. We're not going up there. Because that's two pretty tall ropes. Or I guess it's a medium rope and a tall rope. No, it's a medium rope and a medium rope. And then it's a tall rope down and a medium rope down. As opposed to... So it's two mediums to go up to the high meadow. A tall down to the Respite, and a tall down to the Bitter Marsh. There's the Anglers, I think. I see the roof, yeah. Oh, interesting. Hello. What are you? Oh, are you jumpable? I wonder if you're jumpable. Because that looks like a very interesting spot. Okay, so let's think. Definitely not going high meadow because it's medium up, that's killer. And then long down, medium down. And then it's still a long walk to Anglers. On the other hand, this climb zone is a medium up, a pretty short down, and then a long down. We should be able to support that with our current fatigue. and then it's a shorter walk to Anglers. However, if what is ahead here is hoppable, and it's looking dangerously hoppable, or perhaps there's a way through the cliff to get there. But one, I see swag. And two, if we can just hop all the way down, then that obviates the need for any climbing ropes. But obviously, it will be a one-way trip. So let's take a very good look at it before we make any decision. Okay, this actually looks like we go down over here. Yeah. Did we get stuck? No. Okay. I think that's even less of a hop than I was thinking it was. Let's just lighten a little bit. Don't really need it, but could never hurt in case I forget. And head over there. Oh yeah. This is definitely the shortcut to take off of this upper plateau here. This middle plateau that's under High Meadow. Alright, first order business. Oh, that's not even a hop. Okay, we just have a bunch of junk that is broken down here. Is there anything hidden? Just tables and... Who the hell even... I suppose this was just a picnic spot. Okay, this definitely is hoppable. Okay. And there's even a storm lantern down there. So let's just kind of nut up and... Yeah, there we go. That storm lantern is definitely broken. Now, do we break down these crates? I think we break them down just to see if there's anything inside. We're not hurting at all for carry weight or fatigue. All right, you're empty. And what have you got?
Like night is coming.
Oh, that got cold fast. You're also empty. How useless. Okay, but I think we should be safe to just go all the way the rest of the way down. How high are we? Still moderately high. Need a better way down here. And this looks like it. Alright. Now just head downhill through the trees, over the river, and that should be exactly where Anglers is. Here's our river. Here is our island. And Anglers ought to be right to the left. Perfect. Home sweet home. Alright, we grabbed that save. I think this is a good place to end it. So, party people. People of the Infinite Fest. This is where we're going to end it. Quit out to the menu. And we'll say it one last time. Not one last time. For the first time today, not the last time ever, I've been Yuchi and I've been trying to get all over this place. I'll see you people on the proverbial flip side.